right, sunshine? My hands are sweating. All right. Hi, operator. I'm Gabriel Mercier, codename N2. Since we'll be fighting side by side, allow me to properly introduce myself. As the codename suggests, my combat style leans towards cryogenic suppression. My frost launcher paired with a cryo flask can quickly force enemies into a frost state, ensuring they pose no threat to us. If enemy positions are unknown, the homing stun grenade can precisely mark them as well. Right now, I'm in the middle of a critical operation. One where failure is not an option. I hope this mission can make up for some of my past mistakes, even if just a little. Mission target zone, AZ3, Asara's only source of nuclear power. The plant's power output is spiking abnormally. This time, I won't let it happen again. An emergency shutdown is our only chance, but the risk is extreme. We not only have to breach Havoc's heavy defenses, we have to face lethal radiation head-on. Some containers within AZ3 have already been contaminated by radiation. You can follow distinctive sounds to locate them, but keep a close eye on your own radiation levels. Radiation is divided into 4 levels, each causing different effects. Accumulated radiation can be cleared by leaving the contaminated zone and using decon chambers or mobile decon units. During the incident, some personnel lost their access keys. We can use these keys to infiltrate the classified zones and gather intel and supplies.
Key verified. Access granted. AZ3 key detected.
That's not all. Severe leaks have occurred across multiple sections of the plant. You can choose to endure radiation exposure and enter these zones for high-value supplies and rare data, or stay clear. The choice is yours. Havoc has deployed a large number of purification soldiers at AZ3. Once your position is exposed, heavy purifiers will apply debuffs like corrosion and slow movement, but attacking the weak spot on their back can neutralize them quickly. An even tougher threat comes from the relink agents. H-1000 personally leads H-47, H-800, and other agents to guard the facility. All of them connected through Skynet. They're extremely persistent. Stay on maximum alert. One final thing. If we do manage to shut down all the nuclear facilities, something unexpected might happen.
Disabling attention. All AZ3 terminals disabled.
Of course, the nuclear plant has new collectibles too. Over in Warfare, things are heating up. The flames of war have reached the weathered stone walls of the Colosseum. This 1,000-year-old city is sliding toward ruination. We've got new weapons. The RM-277 assault rifle excels at sustained suppressive fire, most effective from medium to long range. The SVCH marksman rifle is capable of taking down enemies in one shot at long range. There are also some bonus events coming up. Play Ole 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 to earn points and exchange them for sports-themed rewards and exclusive avatars. The Meltdown Season Pass includes various tactical supplies, including a new outfit for Tempest. The new season's Mandelbricks can yield the AKM Assault Rifle. Astromancy skin. Not bad. Opening Turbricks gives you a chance at the Law of Time series collectible charms. Good luck. A new melee weapon, Elegy, the exclusive weapon of the Abyss Shark Reese. Pretty cool. Oh, and don't forget, the Rainbow Six Siege crossover is launching soon too. 3 new operator skins. Black Ice weapon skins and special collectibles. Now that's something. Covers the main updates for the Meltdown season. Don't mess this up. Don't mess this up.
Received an emergency transmission from Hadawi, a Havoc nuclear engineer. Patching through.
This is AZ-3 facility. Reactor 2 has been sabotaged. Havoc internal forces can't handle this threat anymore. You're all I've got left.
Running blind on intel for the AO. But this region is at high risk of a nuclear incident. Keep the following in mind. Shoot, loot, then time to scoop.
The signal is clear. Take action.
It's okay here. Not too cold.
Experiment 66 is projected to conclude in T-minus 3 hours. All units submit safety risk assessments on schedule.
I've got a reading.
No hazmat suits? Raise him!
Let's make it quick.
Enjoy the bomb!
So eager to die. Excellent.
I don't know what's happening, but reactor output is still climbing. And security thinks I'm behind this. They're coming for me. GTI, move it, now!
Key verified. Access granted. Hostile signal detected. Lethal action authorized.
Damn it! Someone take control of this piece of junk!
Entering manual mode. Executing command.
Those bastards in fusion research won't authorize shutdown because of their experiment timeline. I know better than anyone how important this research is. Hold this position. Once I finish calibration, use that console to insert the control rods immediately. Data set. Follow me. I know somewhere the signal can get through.
Steam explosion at reactor 2. Incident level confirmed. Estimated contamination radius.
Careful! Don't fall! We're outside the signal blackout zone. Upload the data package to Skynet immediately. Encryption keys in the archive. Just send it!
Critical alert. Reactor power output has critically exceeded safety thresholds. Core meltdown imminent. All personnel evacuate immediately. Priority alert. Hydrogen explosion at reactor 2. Incident level confirmed. INDS scale 7. Major accident. All personnel evacuate beyond contamination zone immediately. Estimated spread radius 3.7 kilometers. Correction, 9.2 kilometers. Correction, 24.9 kilometers. Correction, 45.3 kilometers. Correction, 79.8 kilometers.
Hi everyone, I'm William, the art director of Delta Force. As many of you may already seen, Delta Force is launching a collaboration with Rainbow Six Siege in our next season. Since launch, we've seen a lot of passion and discussion from our community around the tactical shooter gameplay. And whenever players talk about the genre, Rainbow Six Siege is one of the names that come up most often. So, we reach out to Ubisoft.
Bonjour, je suis Émilie Besson, directrice de la réalisation sur Rainbow Six Siege. Oui, Siege a toujours été défini par son gameplay tactique, le travail en équipe et aussi la variété des opérateurs que les joueurs ont appris à connaître et reconnaître au fil des années. Ces collaborations nous donnent l'occasion en fait d'amener les éléments emblématiques de Siege dans un nouvel univers tout en restant fidèle à ce qui les rend uniques.
In this collaboration, we focus on two things: operators and Rainbow Six Siege's iconic visual legacy. We selected 3 operators pairings who share the same combat philosophy.
I'll be there you need me. 말보다는 행동이지.
Call if you need a hand.
For classic siege elements, we choose to honor Black Ice, the Drone, and the Alpha Pack.
Ce qui était essentiel pour nous de préserver dans la collaboration, c'était l'identité, l'authenticité de nos personnages. C'est ce qui les rend uniques. On a travaillé main dans la main avec l'équipe de Delta Force pour s'assurer que l'authenticité de Siege, l'identité de Siege s'intègre naturellement dans leur jeu.
Both games share a realistic art direction, and finding distinct recognition within that shared aesthetic was actually the harder challenge. We started by preserving the core silhouette and a color framework of Siege operators. Doc and Motin's iconic deep navy uniforms, Vigil's signature custom-fitted gear, these stay true. At the same time, within the finer details, we wove in Delta Force identity. The wear patches from both teams. Motin carries Cineva's badge. Doc has medical kits at his side. To faithfully recreate Black Ice, we focused our material work on internal ice fracture patterns to capture the distinctive texture and a cold, austere feel of original.
Oui, en effet, Black Ice résonne énormément avec notre communauté. C'est une cosmétique d'armes qui a énormément plu à nos joueurs. Et l'équipe de Delta Force a fait vraiment un travail incroyable pour la recréation dans leur jeu de cette cosmétique, avec un souci du détail extrêmement gratifiant.
We employed a dual-layer material system combined with subsurface scattering lighting model. Using camera vectors and a depth texture to offset UV calculations, we achieved effect of refracture patterns appearing to exist deep inside ice.
Et ce qu'on a apprécié et ce qui nous a impressionné, c'est le travail de recherche de Delta Force. À quel point ils ont été soucieux du détail pour conserver nos opérateurs dans leur jeu, qui s'intègrent vraiment comme naturellement dans leur univers.
Beyond the content itself, we want as many players as possible to access and experience this collaboration. By completing in-game missions during the season, you can unlock these rewards for free. One more thing, in the new operations map, we've prepared something special for you. You will find a surprise in the maps that are meant just for you. Once the crossover goes live, go find them. Once more, onto the bridge.
Dear friends, once more.
For some, success is measured by bodies in bags. Maybe that suits them. But to me, it's measured in hearts that keep beating. You with me?
The enemy got the Mandelbrick. Find it. Stop them. Mandelbrick decoded. Nice work, operator.
The time to strike is now. Do not let me down, operator.
Decoding has begun. Defend the area.
Is about to take the first hit the brink of the tournament, and they're going to do it!
What goes around, comes around.
Oh, I'm not going to do very much, though. When you get barrel stuff, Skydie is getting aggressive.
See what I did there? You ain't seen nothing yet.
Let's knock them off their feet.
There we go! Much damage, and there it is.
What's up, everyone? Welcome back. It is time for more insanity to hit the screen right here on the Delta Force Rise series. We've already looked at our first 2 days of gameplay, as now we're getting ready to head straight into day number 3. Vivid, I think today is going to be an absolutely crazy day yet again.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, today will be the first time that we see some specific teams for just the second time. Now that we're jumping into the 3rd day of the competition, we're going to be seeing, you know, Groups A versus Group C, which is going to be great to kind of see how these two clash.
Well, of course, let's take a quick look at what we've already seen from our first 2 days of play with a quick recap video.
The fights are kind of going off, the shots are kind of being exchanged, but it's just going to be a spray and pray into the smoke with 10 seconds remaining here. A bunch of trades kind of happen. Both teams are finding their knocks. NBA are going to lose one member that's going to be on the ground, but it's actually going to be the play to be aggressive. The knife is being brought to the gunfight, and amongst all of the chaos, yeah, the kills were traded.
Quite a bit of a pressure play. FPR are going to be trying to push up. NBA right there alongside them, trying to breach in the door. They can't see a single thing. Quick bit of blinding action coming in, and the set is there, unfortunately.
Killed, but not before Blake actually returns the favor. So the Jam and Blake are going to be down for the side of each one of them. So, oh my gosh, an absolute flood from the side of Team Genius. These guys were hanging out in the Hudson building. They were playing so passive. All of a sudden, they just stormed the decoding station. They take out the entirety of Team NBA. The Molotov is actually going to be taken out, enter completely, and now NBO are in control of the Mandelbrick. 10 seconds remaining, but they're only a duo. Can they defend it? Nas is trying to make something happen. He's going to be the Tempest for AGT, but you got to jump on the Mandelbrick. The timer's almost out. It's going to take 2.5 seconds. The res. He almost tries to res. Oh my gosh. The fact that his teammate, the Stinger, was laying on the Mandelbrick decoding station.
As you can see, the first 2 days absolutely packed with excitement as we've seen all our groups step onto the battlefield. But as you said, rightly so, you have Vivid, right? We are going to be looking at Group A and Group C that will have their 2nd day of play to show us exactly what they are looking to bring on through and just how much they are trying to bring onto the field here. But of course, first things first, right? We got to take a look at that leaderboard to see exactly what the situation is.
Yeah, we got Team Genius up there in 1st place after they were able to go ahead and pick up 2 Mandelbricks just yesterday. Team Gotaga are in 2nd place, just 1 singular point behind Team Genius. We kind of saw them play on Friday, and here's what I was talking about. We're going to be watching Groups A versus Group C go head-to-head today, and the fact that Team Genius and Team Gotaga right now are towards the top of the leaderboard, I'm very excited to see the clash of these 2 teams kind of jumping into the server today because, you know, respectively speaking, when it came down to the first time we saw both of these teams on the server, they pretty much dominated their groups. Obviously, we could see them towards the top of the leaderboard, but it kind of tells the full story when you just take a look at the straight up total squad points that both of these teams were able to pick up just on the back foot of only playing a singular time, both of them being into the 30s. And if you take a look throughout the rest of the leaderboard, no other team has actually surpassed 25 squad points.
Yeah, I mean, that is pretty dang crazy. And I mean, both these teams are sitting on 25 kill points apiece. So this shows you that there is going to be a lot of that potential aggression coming through from them. But of course, knowing that we are pretty early still in this Delta Force Rise series, right? There are a few rules and things that we have in play. Of course, also then kind of the layout and the structure of how things work. So I think it's best we probably hop into a quick explainer video just to try and clear a few additional questions up for the viewers that they might have.
Delta Force, 1 game, 2 regions, 1 shot at glory. This is the complete guide to Delta Force Rise Series EMEA and Americas Season 1. Everything you need to know, from the very first match to the last squad standing. The path is the same in both regions. It starts with the open qualifiers, open to any team that wants to compete. The best push through to the group stage, where the top 2 advance directly to the finals, bottom 2 eliminated, and the rest battle through the survivor stage to earn their spot. From the open qualifiers, 12 teams have fought their way into the season, and only 1 will lift the trophy. The group stage runs for 4 weeks, with matches every Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. The 12 teams are split into 4 groups, A, B, C, and D. 3 teams per group. Each broadcast day, 2 groups go head-to-head in a cross-group match. Every match is a 7-round format. 6 teams competing in the same lobby simultaneously, across up to 7 rounds on maps like Zero Dam, Brakkesh, Tide Prison, and Space City. Teams earn squad points by scoring eliminations and accumulating in-game total assets. And on brick rounds, they compete to collect and decode Mandelbricks, artifacts that decide the round winner. Decode 2 Mandelbricks in a match and the victory is locked in, no matter what round you're on. After 12 match days, the group stage standings are final. Places 1 to 2 go straight to the finals. Places 3 to 8 enter Survivor Stage Day 1. Places 9 to 10 drop into Survivor Stage Day 2. Places 11 to 12 are eliminated. The Survivor Stage is where the bracket narrows fast. Day 1 brings those 6 teams together for one 7-round match. The top 2 advance directly to the finals. Places 3 to 6 get one more shot. Day 2 mixes the 4 survivors from Day 1 with the 2 teams ranked 9th and 10th from the group stage. Again, 6 teams, one 7-round match. Top 2 go to the finals. Everyone else is out. 6 teams, 1 day, 1 lobby, 1 match. This is the finals, the ultimate showdown of the season. 2 teams earned it through the group stage. 2 more survived Day 1. The last 2 came through Day 2. Every team deserves to be there. The top 3 finishers earn an invitation to Season 2. Welcome to Delta Force Rise Series EMEA and Americas Season 1. Loot, shoot, extract.
Well, there we have it, a nice bit of an explainer coming through. And of course, this is just the visual representation of everything that we heard there, right? We are currently still in that group stage. And of course, as we saw on the leaderboard, right, those top 2 spots are marked in gold. Why? Because that takes you straight over into the finals. So you want to try and grind as hard as you can. But there are going to be those 2 positions that you don't want to find yourself in, right? 11th and 12th place, because unfortunately, that is where the road is going to end for you come the end of these first 4 weeks. But I mean, Vivid, I'm pretty sure that once we get into that survivor stage, these teams are going to be grinding their absolute butts off to move on to the next phase.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you kind of heard in the video, it's where a bulk of that qualification is going to go down. And, you know, all of our 12 teams are going to be disappearing very, very quickly because half of them can only go into the finals with 6 teams kind of playing there in a single day format. But let's go ahead and take a look at the tournament rules for today and some of the following weeks as well. Every single one of our players, again, are going to start with 1.5 million Technic Alloy. It works just like the normal game. If they go ahead and die, they will lose all of their gear. But the biggest thing, the bread and the butter here of the competitive Delta Force operation side of things is that teams are ranked by the amount of mana bricks that they can capture. That's going to be the big difference maker on the leaderboard. And by the way, there is a huge win condition for all of our team because the first team that captures 2 mana bricks will automatically win. It doesn't matter if we're in game 4, 5, 6. We can end the competition early if any team is able to go ahead and pull that off. We're going to have a couple of economic rounds before we kind of jump into the bulk of those Mandelbrick rounds as well. But for all of the starting supplies for all of our players, it's going to include a 3x3 ultimate safe box there and a 12 slot card holder, as all of our players are going to have access to every single key card room around all of the maps. There are some additional ways, you know, we kind of talk about all the time, the economic rounds, how they actually gain some extra Technic Alloy, just kind of putting some loot in their safe box. They're going to get a fixed 700,000 alloy after every single game. But then also those elimination, those kills, 800,000 Technic Alloy is where a bulk of their economic bank is actually going to come from.
Yeah, I mean, especially looking at the fact that some of these teams have 25 kills right there. There's been a lot of that eco farming coming through on that end. But of course, as we know, the Mandelbrick is what's going to be helping you just bring in that extra little bit more, right? Of course, that is going to be the main focal point here, is to get the decoys running. So these Mandelbricks will become available shortly after the match has started. So it won't be right from the beginning, but very shortly thereafter. And the squad then, whoever picks it up, has 5 minutes to place it on that deco station, or it will go right back to where it spawned initially. And once that is placed, there is going to be that 4-minute starter, 4-minute timer rather, that starts. And so every time that they do pick it up, they do have a 1 second moment for that quick interception, but doing so will reset that time and reduce the time by 30 seconds, right? The lowest it can go is 1 minute and 30 seconds. So we've seen this actually happen once or twice, right? Multiple teams stepping up, just grabbing those Mandelbricks time and time again. So there's a lot of heat coming through, but at the end of the day, the more Mandel can manage to decode, the more points you are going to walk away with here.
Absolutely. It's going to be the points scoring system for that group stage leaderboard. We kind of already talked about it. We saw Team Genius and Team Gotaga towards the top of that group stage leaderboard. Well, how did they get there? It was on the back foot of that first place, right? They're going to be able to pick up 8 points for first place, 6 points for second place, and so on and so forth. But the biggest thing here is actually that you also get 1 point for every single Mandelbrick that you are able to decode. So we kind of talked about it a little bit earlier on. Team Genius, they're in first place on the overall group stage leaderboard because they were the only team so far to get first place and do so with 2 Mandelbricks. So they were able to pick themselves up 10 points, where Team Gotaga, on the other hand, when they played, when it was Group A versus Group B, yeah, they got first place, but they only decoded 1 Mandelbrick, which is why they are on 9 points. Obviously, the Mandelbricks are the most important thing on the leaderboard, but to kind of work as a tiebreaker, we have squad points. And the way that you're able to pick up squad points is just basically straight up kills, right? Kills is going to go ahead and net you 1 point, which is where an absolute majority of these squad points are going to come from. But there is also the opportunity to gain a singular point for every single 2 million alloy you were able to kind of pick up in total stash value. We have seen teams kind of this be the difference maker sometimes when they're able to find those big 3x3 reds that are worth 2 mil, and they can kind of just put them in their 3x3 safe box. That literally nets them a singular point on the leaderboard. So it's very, very important to keep track of how well our teams are doing, of course, in the kill category, but then how well they are also doing in the looting category as well.
Yeah, speaking about loot, right, there is quite a bit of that up for grabs, making it all the way to the finals as the team that finishes at the tippity top is going to be bagging a glorious $60,000. Second place, of course, being awarded half of that, $30,000. And everybody essentially participating in this event is going to walk away with something. But a very interesting thing to look at here is going to be that dynamic kill bonus, right? $50 for every kill. So that already is going to be looking pretty great for a few of our squads that we've got here. As we saw, 25 up already. That means that they have so far secured already an insane amount of money going their way. But of course, speaking about insane, right? Our MVP, the GOAT with the most here, is going to be picking up an additional 3K as well. So there's so much for our squads and players to participate for, and I'm pretty excited to see who's going to be the ones making it all the way into those grand finals.
Yep, absolutely. There's kind of a race going on throughout the entirety of this 5-week-long competition to see who's going to go ahead and pick up that bonus of $3,000 there. Let's go ahead and take a look at our participating teams. As a reminder, every single day that we're on the broadcast here, we're only going to be seeing 2 of these groups play at a singular time. So today, because of how the schedule kind of broke down, we're only going to be seeing Group A and Group C go head to head to kind of fill out this 6-team lobby. We're going to have Team Gotaga, LFS, DE, Genius, Number 1, and AGARTHA on the server here today. And for some of our other groups, a little bit of a break, because remember, we only play these competitions for the Delta Force Rise series on weekends, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. The fact that it is now Sunday for groups B and D, their weekend is actually over. They can go ahead and rest up, but they will be back into the action just next weekend.
Yeah, really looking forward to that. But of course, speaking about the players that are currently leading that overall leaderboard, we have them right here in the action today, right? Coming in from Group A and Group C. But, well, you said B and D, they are on a bit of a break. We'll see them stepping up to the plate next week, Friday on the 17th of July, as they will have their opportunity to play their second round of matches yet again. So really looking forward to seeing what they are going to be bringing onto the battlefield here. But in the meantime, right, I think the focus here is going to be on Genius and Gotaga to see which one is going to sit at the top of the board, right? As you said, rightly so, Genius, they were able to extract with those double bricks, so there's going to be a lot of excitement coming through. But Dark Entities also playing a very exciting few rounds there that we saw back all the way in that first day of play for them. But right, they are in 11th place, so today they're going to have to lock it in if they want to get out of that danger zone.
Yeah, I mean, the 11th place for this team kind of feels criminal after watching them play on Friday. They were constantly being involved in some of those mana bricks, especially that initial pickup. Just couldn't get anything going. Let's go ahead and take a look at Team Gotaga. Remember, this is your team that kind of won on Friday. They're currently in second place on the overall leaderboard. And listen, we're gonna take a look at some of these players. So we got Vlad, who's gonna be playing that support role. We're gonna be having Maxa that plays the assault role. But pretty much the guy that was an absolute highlight reel, it was Nox. Keep an eye out for this guy. So many times he was just picking up so many kills for his team. And on the other side, to kind of round out Group A here, we've got Living for Success, LFS. Remember, this team was also able to go ahead and pick up a mana brick of their own on Friday. So keep an eye out for these guys to go ahead and join the mix.
Yep, excited to see what they are going to be bringing in for us. They have 5 points currently on the overall leaderboard. So maybe today could be the day in which they unlock even more of that. As, yep, that is the wrap for Group A. We are going to be hopping over onto Group C to see who is going to be stepping up there. And, I mean, we actually have an interesting dynamic with both these teams, right? Squads occupying the last 2 slots on the overall leaderboard is coming from Group A and Group C. So I think this is going to be a great day for both of these groups to see who's going to be the one to climb up to the top, right where Genius currently find themselves.
Yeah, this team played so well yesterday. Ended the competition early. Were able to pick up 2 mana bricks. Did so in just game number 6. And I was on the back foot. Just incredible team play. Hannah was doing so good yesterday. And we actually had an opportunity here to go ahead and talk to Nefato there. He's going to be kind of their coach, helping these guys prepare for these types of competitions. But you mentioned it, unfortunately for the team of AGARTHA. Listen, we know these guys. I have seen Nast here just pull off some incredible things, right? 1v2s and such. But unfortunately for them as an overall team, yeah, they're in the last place on those group stage standings. They picked up 0 points yesterday, so a lot to be done here today.
Yep, it's going to be some hard work, but we're pretty sure that they are up for the challenge. And speaking about the challenge, though, it is going to be number 1 coming in as well. We also did see them play quite a bit of a contentious position towards those Mandelbricks. So I'm excited to see how that is going to evolve here for them today. But some pretty impressive stats that they've got here for themselves as well. And of course, Cook, right, is going to be looking to whip up a storm as we head over onto our round. So really excited to see what Group C will be bringing over here. And I mean, Genius, they are going to be the team to chase today.
Yeah, without a doubt. They have a lot to kind of hold on to as well. Listen, if you're the team in first place, you kind of have a target on your back, right? Everybody's going to go ahead and knock you down a peg. We'll have to see if they can actually go ahead and pull that one off. Take a look at the map rotation here. It's the same as always, everybody at home. Zero Dam is going to be our first map of the day, giving our teams an opportunity to go ahead and just pick up some Technic Ally, pick up some gear from some of those airdrops if they can, or potentially go ahead and just opt to play for that wall breaker contract. We have actually seen that play a big part of some of our team's success in the past because it kind of nets you some early access to some of that gold armor. But of course, the operator pool here, since we're just now jumping into the competition, of course, all of our operators are currently available. But I would imagine that after Zero Dam, we're going to be seeing some D-Wolves, we're going to be seeing some Virons, and I would say without a doubt, we're going to be seeing some Raptors used up. Here's a quick reminder to everybody at home. You can only use every single one of these operators 2 times throughout this 7-game series. Or no, for the first 6 games. Sorry, if we do make it to that 7th map, all of the operator picks will be reset and you can kind of use whatever you do so, please. But taking a look at some of the most popular operators here. I mentioned it, DK. Raptors always up there on Zero Dam.
Yeah, Raptor always up there. D-Wolf also having a pretty good pull when it comes to this round. And of course, we did see in the previous graphic, there was an extraction rate of 0%, right? And that's all due to day number 1, right? Where we saw the first 4 rounds was very, very sweaty. Only around 5 is where we saw that first Mandelbrick actually being captured and decoded successfully. So a very, very interesting strategic play coming through here. But we want to see what the teams are going to be looking to bring in. And it does seem like they are all pretty much focused and getting ready to lock in.
Yeah, very excited to kind of jump into the competition here today. You got to imagine, though, these teams, these players, they got to be feeling just a little bit more comfortable. Because, again, We've already seen all of these players jump into the server at least one time prior to this throughout the group stage. So they've got the experience under their belt. They've kind of got a little bit of a handle of how this one is going to go. That being said, let's talk about Zero Dam. When we watched Friday, when we watched Groups A versus Groups B go at it, it was very, very aggressive. But it was a completely opposite story yesterday when it was Group C versus Group D. Very, very passive on Zero Dam. And we didn't really see any of that action kind of pop off into the last couple of minutes. So for one half of this lobby, they're probably going to be interested in playing very, very aggressive. They're going to be looking for those kills early. And then I would imagine for the other half of the lobby, those coming out from Group C, we saw them yesterday, they played pretty passive. So kind of the clash of play styles here potentially.
Yeah, well, of course, everything is about to be revealed here as we already see an early Raptor scan coming through here as Flag is going to be looking up onto visitors. You can see LFS right there. So an interesting start for them, but already a big old chase heading straight up over into admin. As you can see, Genius and the players from MBO just making a full send, trying to be the first one in to get their hands on a little bit of that loot.
It's great to see Team Genius again. We're going to be talking about it all day, but the team that's currently in first place. So a lot to be played here for these guys. But on the other side of things, NBO. And we've seen this admin fight. Sometimes it takes some time before these teams actually go ahead and trade some shots back and forth before they go ahead and try to make some plays. But on the other side of things, we have sometimes seen it where it kind of happens early. But take a look at this. Saeed is actually going to be joining the action here very, very early on. And unfortunately for the side of Team Genius, Chins is already going to be knocked and fully executed on the ground by just Saeed himself. So Team Genius are going to have to go ahead and take a moment to potentially reset here. And right now, they got to be hoping and praying that NBO are not close enough to actually hear them when they go ahead and start to res or start to pick up this body. But of course, we can kind of see it through the X-ray vision that we have. Looks like Team NBO is not going to be close enough at all. Team Genius, man. Some early faltering from the team in first place.
Yeah, it's a bit tough, right? Especially bumping heads with that early bot. So an interesting play here is Saeed definitely poses a few threats. I mean, he's taken me down a couple of times as well. So, you know, it feels good to see that it's not just a me thing, right? It happens to the pros as well. But let's see how they are going to look to kind of bounce back from that. As, yeah, they've made a bit of noise, so I'm pretty sure the rest of the lobby has a pretty good idea as to where they are situated. Meanwhile, looking for success, though, right? They are now starting their rotation, heading out of that visitor center. But this is where it starts to get interesting because we have dark entities just positioned up ahead of them. And on the other side, we've got the players there from Gotaga now spraying a few hits over back into that cement factory.
Looks like we're going to be taking a look at a seemingly passive Zero Dam here today, which is all right. But again, take a look at that timer towards the top right. That airdrop is being prepared. So that'll start to fly down from the sky in just about 30 seconds, which will probably incentivize some of our teams to actually start to make something happen to potentially go ahead and kick off some of those fights that we do want to see. And I actually just kind of got a quick peek there at the loadout from one of the members of AGARTHA AGT who were sitting in that cement plant. They actually had a gold helmet on. So they must have gone ahead and looted that from one of the containers. So if they get into a fight, the headshots are not really going to be effective against them at all. Because reminder, on a Zero Dam, the gear that all of these players kind of load in with, it's going to be exclusively purple armor, but blue ammo as well. So super difficult to even puncture some of the purple armor that everybody has as a default. But that gold helmet, of course, is going to do just that much better.
Yeah, I mean, it does change up the kind of the strategy here.
Gold vest as well, DK, for the side of Team AGARTHA. If they throw all of this gold gear on the one player, they're going to be an absolute tank.
Oh, especially going up against the blue ammo, right? I mean, the opposing team is going to have to expend so much of that ammo to even make a dent in the gold armor. But yeah, that could be quite a big brain strategy coming through here. It's interesting, though, looking at what the teams are kind of doing with regards to their pacing here, as how they want to get themselves situated. We do see AGT going straight up on towards that airdrop as it's just a few moments away. But we are looking at Genius Kilo again, looking to move over onto that wall breaker play. So there's going to be a lot of those reds coming out very soon.
You'll have to see if they can make the rotation actually over towards that wall breaker area, because as we saw, there were actually 2 teams now in the area of that admin. Of course, it's going to be NBO on the inside, and then LFS, team living for success, entering this general area as well. So the cross here is going to be pretty important for the side of Team Genius. And we did get a quick glimpse of it, by the way. We did see the airdrop just land for the first time, and Team AGARTHA were the only team that was kind of in the area, but they were actually underground. They're going to have to go ahead and potentially take one of those zip lines up top before they can actually go ahead and potentially fight for that airdrop. But again, I kind of talked about it. This rotation is going to be very, very important. Of course, you can pick up the contract, but you have to make your way over. As we are going to go ahead and take a look at our first airdrop pickup of the day, and it's going to be the 50 BMG. It's going to be inside here for the team AGARTHA AGT. As a quick reminder, unfortunately for this team, they're in last place. So a lot of work to be done for these guys to go ahead and pick themselves up on those group stage standings, and on the back foot of getting some of that good gear, it's going to help them out throughout the day.
Yeah, I mean, this is a great setup and a good kind of anchoring point here for them to try and capitalize on moving through the rest of the day. So no pressure, right? No pressure whatsoever. It's only your position on the overall standings that is up for grabs. And speaking about grabs, it is going to be the players there from Genius now heading down below as they've started off with that wall breaker, getting their hands on quite a few reds. We can see it all just filling up their pockets, and up they go onto 2 million as well. So our first two squads now hitting those 2 mils, and as we know, that is an extra point. So great job, but can they keep it though?
LFS here, playing for a little bit of a delay. And here's one of the biggest boons of this wall breaker contract. You can see these lucky wooden sculptures that they're going to pick up. It only says +1 Technic Alloy in terms of the actual value of these things, but in the competitive side of things, they are worth way more than just a singular Technic Alloy. These are kind of used as barters when they kind of exit these lobbies. They can go ahead and trade those wooden sculptures for some golden gear, actually. And it does not actually use up that one single time purchase that most of these teams are going to have access to when it comes down to those gold armor packs. Like, for example, if you don't have these wooden sculptures, only one singular time over the course of an entire session, over the entire course of a 7-round match, can these teams actually go ahead and purchase those gold armor packs. But if you have the wooden sculptures, you can essentially just buy them more, right? Because it's a direct trade for some of those golden armor packs that do not actually count towards your total.
Yeah, so it definitely helps, and helps you get some pretty strong armor and some strong loot at moving through those next phases. And of course, the loot referring to the ammo, because that's also something that's worth quite a bit here. But now it's going to be a bit of serious scouting happening. As you can see, the team's just trying to figure out what is going to be that best approach to move forward. I'm curious as to where Gotaga are going to look to get themselves situated. Maybe they might be opting for a bit of that bagless extract as they now are heading down into the tunnels. Or they might be setting themselves up for a little bit of a loot session coming onto that second airdrop, right? Everybody else is either in admin or just very focused over on towards the eastern side. So there's a great opportunity for Gotaga to get their hands on a nice extra bit of loot to try and push that economy up.
Yeah, but again, you want to go ahead and take a look at the profits on the left side of your screen. So far, it really only feels like Team Genius and Team AGARTHA have kind of really made anything happen substantially. Obviously, Team Genius up to 3 mil in profit just on the back of all the loot they were able to obtain from that wall breaker contract. And the thing, again, it's not really calculated into those profits. It's going to be those wooden sculptures. So Team Genius doing very, very well. A bulk of the profits here for Team AGT. AGARTHA is, of course, going to be that 50 BMG sniper rifle. Again, it's not necessarily easy for them to go ahead and extract with that thing. And we're going to be seeing our second airdrop land here. And it looks like, for the time being, that Team Gotaga are going to have early priority over this airdrop. That being said, they don't actually have a Raptor, so it's hard for them to get full information of who could potentially be in the area. But Vlad just seems kind of interested in full sending it. He misses the smoke. So lucky for him, there's nobody going to be in the area, but some loot to be found here. One of them is, of course, going to be that Rolex there, and then that ventilator as well, which is going to be worth about a total. Oh, hold up. A second Rolex actually joins the safe box there for Vlad. So about a total of 850K for Team Gotaga there to go ahead and pick up. And again, because they're able to throw that into their safe box, no matter what happens, whether he extracts or not, that is going to be 800K basically gained. The net calculation for that, though, you have to go ahead and subtract the loot, the armor, the gear that he will be losing if he doesn't go ahead and successfully extract, though.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of math that needs to be done to figure out exactly where these teams are. Fortunately, we have smart people in the background doing all these calculations for us. So we can just sit here and sound absolutely like one of these teams, right? Geniuses. We can sound like geniuses on the broadcast. But yeah, now it's all going to be down to what tactics they are going to be looking to adopt to get themselves into a very decent position here, because as we know, being the loot phase, the teams definitely will have to pick up as much of those profits as they can, extract with all of it. And speaking about extraction, of course, that elevator has now been started, lever has been pulled, and now it's down to see whether or not Genius can actually be the team to get the extraction, or could it be LFS looking to maybe play for a bit of an upset here?
That was actually an early pull of the switch right there. You could see the difference in the timers here. But we've got 7 minutes left remaining, and usually our teams like to pull that switch as late as they possibly can to, of course, give them as much time as possible to kind of work with. But that extract is going to go off in about 3 minutes. So even after this elevator extract kind of goes off, there's still going to be 3 minutes left remaining on the match. But they're going to look at the Raptor Bird POV here, right all the way up into the sky. We saw Team Genius off the back foot of them kind of rotated into that wall breaker area. They've gone ahead and just jumped onto this extract early. So they got to be feeling good about this. You're like, wait a minute, you guys just pulled the extract switch for us? Thanks, I guess. Because again, take a look at their profits. They would love to have all 3 of their members just kind of exit this one healthy and alive and pull that extract off. So we're going to see a great fight over this elevator extract very, very soon. As you can see, all of our teams are starting to kind of merge around this specific extract.
That is going to be putting quite a bit of pressure on these teams looking to make a good and successful extraction. But interesting enough, Ro, even though we have essentially the lobby here, there's one squad that's not positioned here, and that is going to be Dark Entities. Also one of those teams in need of some points here, so they're going to have to step it up and do a little bit of what AGARTHA has been doing, right? Just going out and getting their hands on those valuables. Looking back over in towards the administrative building here. Number one, they know that there's somebody here with them, but they can't see exactly where. And of course, fortunately, we can see thanks to the X-ray and these maps that AGARTHA are going to be pushing up from underneath, coming in from that basement position, looking and scanning, making sure the first floor is clear. But as they push up, this is where things could get quite exciting, right? Because essentially, NBR, they don't have a lot of loot on them. So if AGARTHA pushes up here, they pretty much going to be capitalizing on those kills.
Yeah, now that we're down to just 5 minutes remaining on Zero Dam here, pretty much the goal here is just going to be the kills. That's going to be pretty much the main way any of these teams can kind of find value out of this one. As a quick reminder, every single kill is going to be worth 1 singular squad point up on that leaderboard. So it is very, very important. The kills are also going to be worth $50 each, which is a part of that prize pool. But then just speaking about the in-game currency side of things, every single kill is also worth 800,000 Technic alloy. So it can kind of be a great boon to go ahead and pick up some of these kills. But we're seeing it right here. This is actually a class of our top 2 teams. Remember, Team Genius, they won their group just yesterday. Team Gotaga, they won their group on Friday. And with these 2 teams kind of going head-to-head right now, it'll be awesome to kind of see how this one pans out. But with that being said, you can see how hard of a rotation it is to actually go ahead and jump onto the extract from the side of Team Gotaga, just kind of running in through that vent. You're pretty much just going face first into a bunch of utility, and I don't think they're going to be interested in running through this one at all.
Yeah, it's going to be a pretty tough one, and they're not going to make a successful exit. But if they time the jump to perfection, right, they could land on that box exactly when the timer hits 0. So
going for it.
It can still be a cheeky play here. But it's going to be a tough one regardless, right? I mean, Genius not going to look to let anybody through that vent.
Some great shots through the smoke right there. Some well-timed, well-aimed angles there from the side of Team Genius. They're going to be picking up 2 kills. They're going to get all 3 of their members out, and Team Gotaga, they're going to get a singular member out. But take a look at this. Some of our other teams are kind of clashing around the southern side of the admin building. Remember, that extract went off, but we still got 3 minutes remaining. And again, the value is pretty much only going to be found in the kills here. Unfortunately, for the side of Team AGARTHA, they're going to be caught off guard. They're going to be caught in a little bit of a rotation here, and it's going to be the team of Dark Entities picking up 2 of the members there. So some early kills for them, but unfortunately NBO are in close proximity, and they're going to be turning the tides here as full rate from the side of DE is unfortunately going to be wiped off of the face of this Zero Dam. But Ushbishka, I think that's his 3rd kill already. He's going to be finding the knock onto Matthias.
Yeah, Ushbishka definitely doing quite a bit here. Only one confirmed kill in the back so far. But let's see if he can look to convert that into even more. As we know, points are going to be coming through from these kills. LFS, though, they are going to be looking for quite a bit of success here, as they've not had the easiest push moving through here. But a quick trade up onto the balcony is going to help award them that initial point, and this opens things up for them quite a bit. So it's going to be stepping up to the plate. Now, DE holding on the outside, just trying to make sure that they've got a good anchor point to play from, but there's so many hits now raining in.
Yeah, fortunately for them, it looks like they did go ahead and make the rotation into this admin building. You can hear the res just kind of going off on top of them, but they don't have the information right here. As yeah, LFS Dickinson is going to be holding the ankle right there. He's going to be another team. There's so many teams kind of happening. It's very, very hard for any of our operators to actually get a sense of what's actually happening. Now we're going to be taking a look at it. LFS are going to be storming this computer room right here, but Enter is going to be finding the frag onto Imperator, who's going to be knocked down right there. Now Evan has to kind of make something happen here. He's still going to have Stickinson by his side. It's going to be a 2-member squad as it currently stands. And taking a look at the left side, we've got a couple of solos in the mix, right? NBO, AGT. They've just got solos, but for the side of DE and LFS, they've still got duos alive.
Yeah, and those duos could definitely help carry them through this. But DE feeling a lot of that sting. Oh, but the hits though from LFS just so on point. DE quickly getting themselves back up to a full 3-piece. And that could be the winning ticket here for them to really help strengthen the position they find themselves in. Of course, we still have a few of those extracts available as well. So whatever any of these squads decide to do, they're going to have to act really quickly, because the match is about to run out and they are not going to be able to successfully extract from this. So they need to get aggressive.
Yeah, remember AGT were also that team that kind of picked up some of that early loot, right? That 50 BMG. So kind of getting knocked out here. But take a look at this. Enter is going to be finding an unsuspecting flare because he jumps through the smoke. So that's going to be the 3rd kill for Enter kind of being picked up. But that's going to be a wipeout for the side of DE. And now we've just got a little bit of a pseudo 2v2 happening between the teams of DE and Team LFS. 10 seconds remaining. You guys got to make something happen if you're going to want to make it work. But a great net there from the side of Full Rate on the Gizmo. Is going to be locking Stickinson down, and Evan is not going to be interested in giving the opportunity over to the side of DE in the 2v1 situation. Lets the match timer come there, fails the extract. But oh my gosh, man, Zero Dam. Some wins, some losses for some of our teams, but it was pretty much just all about the bloodbath that happened in the last like 3 to 4 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, that's sometimes the only strategy available to the squads, right? If you cannot get your hands on that extract, well, you turn to the opposing teams to see if you can capitalize on those kills. And I really like the shift in the aggression that we have seen here. But of course, only one team can be the top team for the round. And it is going to be none other than number 1, walking away with those 5 operator kills, almost hitting 1,000 damage, but only getting themselves $500,000 with regards to those assets. So they are definitely relying quite heavily on the kills to help build up those economies.
Yeah, without a doubt there. I mean, 5 kills is going to be great for these guys, especially on that leaderboard. 900 damage, but That being said, it'll be great to kind of see the leaderboard in just a little while. Let's go ahead and take a look at the overall success here for the scoreboard, specifically as it pertains to Zero Dam. Again, my eyes are kind of peeled towards number 3 there, Team Genius. They got all 3 members out. They were able to pick up 3.7 million in loot. So obviously those kills are going to be valued so much, right, for this number 1 and for the side of LFS, because they were able to pick up 5 and 4 respectively, each one of those kills being worth 800k alone. It's going to be worth so much of that loot. Let's go ahead and take a look at the individual performances here in some of these categories. Round 1 top killers, Stickinson is going to be able to go ahead and pick up 4 there, and we see Enter and Ushbiska up there in the top 3 as well.
Yeah, bringing in the contributions here for the teams, trying to add in those overall points here. But yeah, Stickinson absolutely on the money. Beautiful work being done here. Now we get to take a look and see who those damage dealers are, and it's very consistent yet again, right? Usually we see those players getting the most kills, of course, getting the high amount of damage as well to accompany that. So Stickinson, Ushbiska, and Enter, again, very present on the side.
Take a look at some of our assists here. Again, it's important for your team. It's going to help you out and get some of those kills. Team Genius, Kalo is going to be picking up 2 assists. I would imagine that was kind of just him doing some damage through that absolute spray and pray that we kind of saw happen over on the elevator extract, which again is a little bit of a reminder. I mean, Team Genius, they got out with so much loot. They got out with a couple of kills of their own. And kind of coming into today as that first place team, they got to be feeling pretty good about how Zero Dam went. It's just on the back foot of how much loot they were able to go ahead and pick up. Take a look at the top asset earners. There'll be 2 members of Team Genius up here in the top 3, Kalo and Hannah. And again, I want to go ahead and reiterate, remember, the loot value for these guys isn't necessarily being calculated in terms of how much value they were able to go ahead and pick up, because those lucky wooden sculptures, again, the game kind of goes ahead and mentions them as one technic alloy, but we know they are worth way more than that. They can go ahead and pick up some gold armor going into some of these following rounds, but the MVP is going to be Stickinson. And again, we love to go ahead and give this MVP over to whoever goes ahead and picks up the most kills. Fragging is important, man, and we reward it with MVPs.
Yeah, so some very well deserved shout out there going out to Stickinson. But our first round, right? Quite a bit of that pressure, quite a bit of heat, quite a bit of excitement coming in as well. I like the quick jump to the aggression, but also the tactics that the teams are looking to adopt here. So quite a lot to look forward to as we could be progressing into more of that throughout the day. But also just a quick shout out here. If you love what you see on the screen, be sure to go check out the game and the socials down below as well, and follow everything across the platforms. And the game is awesome. You can download it on every platform, so be sure to go check that out. In the meantime, while we get ready for round 2, we are going to be stepping into a quick break.
Pick up 2 members. Now the odds are in their favor. 2v1. Everything getting spammed away, and MT getting a little... So hang on a second, NL. Look at that. It's an absolute sweat. This. And LG's got to know that they're here. Lines them up, even through the shot. You're nuts. For the last remaining 3 BOV, they find 2 instant knocks, and Elm's going to be hopping out for that.
court finds that the AI holds no legal responsibility.
But the data, this doesn't add up.
Just do what the AI says.
Priority. Protect company assets. Valve closed.
You destroyed our home!
That dream again.
Gabriel Mercier, codename N2, role engineer. As a former nuclear facility engineer, N2 was removed from his position following a major incident that escalated into legal proceedings. He later returned to military service and was reassigned to Arctic deployment under CBR and related units. With the originally designated technical specialist unable to fulfill operational requirements, and following assessment review, N2 has been approved as a replacement operator for the subsequent operation.
Stun out. Throwing stun. Stun hit. Freeze right there. It's getting cold.
N2 is equipped with a modified grenade launcher, capable of firing up to 6 LN2 grenades. Upon impact, each round detonates and releases a burst of cryogenic gas, dealing area damage and significantly impairing enemy mobility. Sustained hits can fully immobilize targets through extreme low temperature exposure.
Cold. I can go colder.
The enemy got the Mandelbrick. Find it. Stop them. Mandelbrick decoded. Nice work, operator.
The time to strike is now. Do not let me down, operator.
Decoding has begun. Defend the area.
Each is about to take the first hit to bring up the tournament, and they're going to do it!
What goes around, comes around.
Oh, I'm not gonna do very much though. You get barrel stuff. Skydie is getting aggressive.
See what I did there? You ain't seen nothing yet.
Let's knock them off their feet.
There we go. So much damage, and there it is.
The Delta Force Rise Series Day 3 continues as we are going to be hopping straight into our second round of action here. We are going to be prepping up for a little bit of that Brakkesh action, but before we get there, let's take a look at and see teams find themselves on the leaderboard. It is going to be number one being number one here with those 9 squad points and the 5 kill points that they were able to secure in the past round. But LFS right there behind them, tied with Genius on 7 squad points apiece.
Yeah, we can see why we put such a huge emphasis on how important these kills can really be. It's just a straight up difference maker. The fact that they are worth 1 singular squad point each just makes number one in that number one spot very, very easy. But LFS, Team Genius, you mentioned it, not too far behind. Even Team DE there with 6 points. But unfortunately for the likes of Team Gotaga, again, kind of coming into the competition today as that team that won the head-to-head between Group A and Group B on Friday, day number one of this competition. We were kind of expecting them to be just a little bit higher up the leaderboard here today, but still a lot of work to be done. And unfortunately for Team AGARTHA, again, I'm going to go ahead and keep mentioning it. This team came into today on those group standings in last place. The fact that they're in last place here today, listen, these guys really got to pick it up to go ahead and start picking up some points, but a lot of work to be done as, listen, DK, we know exactly what's coming up next. Those mana bricks are going to start to become available. We're going to be jumping over to Brakkesh for the first iteration.
Yeah, we could see a few highlighters come out and start coloring in the Mandelbrick section on the leaderboard, and that is what is going to really help these teams establish themselves here. But of course, Brakkesh not only has the Mandelbrick, it also has those airdrops as well, right? So this is going to be still a great opportunity for teams to try and continue to build up the overall economy they have here for the day. And I think especially for our loot rounds, right, that is where the aggression is going to be that main focal point. So choosing an operator stepping onto Brakkesh is going to be very, very important. We have seen teams decide to play their first Tempest here. I'm not quite sure how I feel about that, but you know what? When there's a Mandelbrick up for grabs, Tempest is a really good call for that.
Yeah, I'm actually going to go ahead and have an early favorite here towards the side of Team Genius to go ahead and pick this up. I would actually like them to go ahead and pull out their Tempest right now because, again, they got those lucky wooden sculptures so they can kind of get some early access to some of that gold armor, some of those gold helmets if they want to go ahead and invest those sculptures right here, right now, which I would love for them to kind of do. Again, they also have a lot of Technic alloys, but that decision to go ahead and do that might be thwarted by just the simple fact that you could see at Team Genius and Team Number One, they were the two teams that got those T1 spawns on 0 dam. And as these spawns works, you cannot get the same tier of spawn in back-to-back games. So the fact that Team Genius and Team Number One got those T1 spawns on 0 dam, they can't get it here now on Brakkesh, which may potentially be the decisive factor for them, thinking, well, maybe we don't want to kind of invest into this Brakkesh round because we know we're not going to necessarily spawn close to the Mandelbrick and have early access to it.
Well, we'll find out very soon exactly where these are going to be finding themselves with regard to those spawns. Who's going to be the first one to try and hunt? As you can see, AGT already off the bat, full sending it forward, but LFS is there right alongside them. So a pretty good start for both these teams. But it's going to be a race to see who can get their hands on what. Meanwhile, Genius and of course the players there from Dark Entities are going to be finding themselves with a lot more of that southern spawns. So it does change things up a little bit for them here.
By the way, I do want to go ahead and note, gotta toot my own horn here. I was correct. Team Genius, they pulled out the Tempest, right? So an early investment into that operator pool. We'll have to see if they decided to go ahead and back that up with some of the gear as well when we do get an opportunity to go ahead and jump over to their POVs. But of course, we know the fight happened over by the museum. It's just a little bit more important. Here we go. Take a look at the gear at the bottom. Yeah, Hannah brought in that gold armor. So the investment is actually in for Team Genius. I love this play from them.
Some big bets coming through here. I mean, I think that the Tempest combo could maybe be a golden ticket here for them, but we'll find out soon enough exactly how this is going to look to pan out for them. In the meantime, Museum is going to be our main focal point here, as there is currently a lot of pressure being applied in and around the Mandelbrick.
Oh,
and as we know, one team will have to move up. It's not going to be AGT though.
LFS Evan just, I think that was a pre-fire on the Nas. He had no time to react there. And on the back foot of Evan finding that knock, they now feel confident in the amount of space that they have created. They're like, listen, we know AGARTHA. They're going to have to go ahead and kind of reset. But oh my gosh, LFS are starting to push the advantage here. They pick up the Mandelbrick and they want to go ahead and deny this res. And take a look at the bottom left side of your screen. Nas is actually still down. He still needs to be revived. So this is going to be a 3v2 situation, not only for the kills, but also the great position over this decoding station. We have found so much success here for some of these teams that get this early access, but now that information is actually in for the side of LFS, now that that full kill kind of comes in, they know that AGT are still a two-man roster, so they're trying to go ahead and push the advantage that they have. And by the way, Stickinson, when he was kind of in this position right here, he saw the downed body over there in the room, so they have the information of where Team AGARTHA are right now.
Does make things quite a bit easier for them here, so they don't have to use their Raptor just yet. They do have that first confirmation in, and of course now it is going to be the decoding process that is underway. AGT though trying frantically how they're going to look to play through this one, as they do just reposition their teammate. Right, they are still looking to get that revive secured. In the meantime, it is going to be Genius looking to push in, coming through from that western front. Applying quite a bit of pressure here, but look at that though, the shots just lining up. Chins picking up Evan.
Yeah, I think Chins went ahead and actually popped this Tempest right there to go ahead and find that initial knock. He's also brought in one of those marksman rifles as well. So that's going to be a full knock, a full kill onto Evan, who, by the way, has been the fragger for Team LFS. We kind of saw him get that initial pick, and I'm going to go ahead and correct myself. It's actually a double investment, by the way, for the side of Team Genius. I think they used both of those wooden sculptures to buy 2 golden vests. I saw that Hannah has one and Chins has a golden vest now. So they probably bought in some purple armor as well to have those armor swaps as well. But the Allura Rocket is going to try to go ahead and delay here for the side of Team LFS. And they're going to be interested in trying to pull off this res. What's going to be the answer here for Team Genius or Team AGT, who are also in the mix?
Well, the teams are definitely going to look to mix up as much, and that Allura Rocket coming really, really close, almost playing the upset here, but now it is going to be AGT getting ready for Zen, as they do know quite a bit of a weakened LFS ahead of them. Good angles though, but strong defense coming through here with the mollies, just making sure that they're not going to get pushed anytime soon. This gives them a great opportunity for a reset, right? LFS just getting away from that window, but Sickenson really has to try and get himself patched up.
He was so close to going down right there. You can see how much utility is actually landed on him right now, and he is going to fall right down into a Molotov. That's going to be Team Gotaga picking up one of the stray kills to kind of be found amongst all of the chaos here. Unfortunately for the side of Team LFS, they're going to be left with just a solo. Team Genius, they send their Toxic into the mix, and this is actually a cool little strategy that we learned about not too long ago. You can actually steal this decoding station from an angle that we don't see a lot of them play. They can kind of do it from that little bit of cover on the top of that guardrail, but Imperator under heavy fire, under fire in general, is unfortunately going to be sniffed out there. That's going to be Nas kind of picking that one up. So for the side of AGT, they now have control over probably one of the strongest positions when it comes down to this decoding station in general, the balcony.
Now it shifts over to the side here of Genius, looking to see if they can sustain any kind of control when it comes to the decoding station. As you can see quite a bit of movement going through here from them, right? Just going all over the place. We got to watch out for those Tempest ults, and a quick play here from Chins, managing to just fall back, holding on for dear life, and they are going to need every opportunity available to them. As you can see, Gotaga also to move up, and there are 4 teams currently contesting for possession of Museum.
Yeah, by the way, you might be questioning right now, why would Tempest use their ult to not go ahead and steal the decoding station? Well, Team Genius, that was Chins doing that. They have current control over the decoding station, and oh my gosh, no way we see a double kill with an Allura Rocket from the side of Maxa from Team GOT. And right after that, it's going to be followed up with Nox on the gun, picking up the 3rd member there of AGT. Absolute chaos and an instant wipe from Team Gotaga on the back foot of a well-placed Allura Rocket. It's not often we see that rocket find Nox, kills alone, a double kill to boot. The individual efforts right now for Team Gotaga have been great. And by the way, right after they did that, they also jumped onto the coding station. They have current control.
That is going to be a good position for them to try and just solidify here. As I mean, there are still 4 teams alive, all of them coming through with everybody on their feet. But Genius, they have a great opportunity here to definitely use that Tempest to keep themselves in contention here. I like the push coming through from NBO. Also just trying to find a bit of an angle, but it is going to be heavily defended. Not an easy breach to secure. In the meantime, though, pressure just continues to tighten up. They are going to be backing off, though, right? They are focused, while the rest of the lobby is just fighting for this Mandelbrick.
Team Genius here, you could probably imagine that they're going to go ahead and wait for their Tempest ult to kind of come back up before they try to go ahead and seal the decoding station. A lot of the lobby might actually have to rely on that Tempest ult to kind of make its way over to prevent this from going into the hands of Team Gotaga. But we actually have full information right now. There are only 3 teams in the museum. It's going to be Team Genius, Team MBO, and Team Gotaga. We do have a 4th team still on the map. That's going to be Dark Entities DE. They're kind of running around picking up all of those airdrops. We kind of already saw them pick up the first one where they got the out of that. So they might just send a member out of backpack and kind of concede this Mandelbrick in its entirety. But as I say that, take a look at this. They're running directly at Museum. They're running directly at the Mandelbrick. We'll have to see if they can kind of make something happen.
Well, it's going to be go from here. Still a very tough position. We do have a few hit markers now being displayed, but DE trying everything they can to get a good entry point here, but Gotaga just locking it down, not allowing Dark Entities to gain any kind of momentum here. There's still so much pressure coming in from all directions. Genius, though, is going to look to make a play for that Mandelbrick. As you can see, Chins going forward. The nades just popping off right alongside him. They do successfully steal it. But now it all shifts over to the opposing team. Right? Can they now get in and get their hands on that decoding station to contest it? Meanwhile, Gotaga just trying to lock down the window. They are going to be losing a player. As you can see, Uzbishka again on the money with those hits, though.
Great play from Nox right there to go ahead and equalize this fight. As we saw Uzbishka kind of give Team Gotaga a little bit of a taste of their own medicine when that Allure rocket went ahead and landed. But Fullbright is going to be in a great position here. And here is the absolute utter chaos that ensues once this helicopter starts to get involved. The audio cues for all of our professional players here, they're going to be so skewed. It'll be very, very difficult to kind of hear when this helicopter is hovering above and firing down those missiles. We'll have to see here if Team DE can go ahead and reset. I actually kind of favor the reset here for them because they're kind of on the outskirts. But Team Gotaga are actually trying to pull off this res of their own on balcony. And none of the other teams seem interested in going ahead and deny this. So Team Gotaga and Team Dark Entities are actually going to get a full reset in. And they're going to be back to a healthy 3-man roster.
Well, that could definitely help change the momentum and the kind of pacing of this round here. But you can see Fluorite is going to be starting to straight on in. As Fluorite now just waits on the opening on the wall there. Doesn't want to send it forward just yet. As you can see, Gotaga still holding up a very strong defensive angle. Want to try and deny them for as long as they possibly can. But especially for DE, this is going to be a very essential play. They need those points to try and advance themselves up the standings. Genius, though, they are just sitting back, relaxing. There's just a few more seconds left on the clock, just over 40. And I mean, nobody has dared venture onto it just yet.
Looks like Dark Entities could potentially go ahead and pull a full flip. So that way they can't do anything after they went ahead and used that toxic ball. But Nox is looking for the angle. He catches out Full Rate, who seemingly fell asleep for a quick second. By the way, Team Genius 20 seconds away before they go ahead and capture this first mana break. Some of the teams are trying to go ahead and prevent this one from happening, but take a look at Team Genius. They have left the safety of their room. They're just kind of jumping on the mana break, trying to go ahead and prevent anybody from jumping onto the decoding station. Chins is playing this position right now because if anybody jumps on the mana break, he is just going to shoot them. He's just going to go ahead and deny it. This is a great play from Team Genius, and on the back foot of that, Team Genius are going to extract with the first mana break of the day.
Coming through here for them, but of course now comes the cleanup session. Right now was the opportunity for the teams to get aggressive and play for those kill points. So let's see who's going to be the next one to lock it in. Still quite a very tough fight coming through here between DE and of course players just in front of them. But we are seeing a few trades now being secured as well, right? Genius losing one of their players. Same can be said here for NBO. So Matthias frantically trying to just back down those flames. But this is where Gotaga could really look to capitalize as well.
We can see here 3 teams left with just a duo. Dark Entities are a trio still, so they have a big advantage right now. And also they have that I would love to see them kind of take a couple of shots here, invest it, just pick up some kills, pick up some momentum and going into some of our following games. Let's see if they can kind of get into the mix here. Some of our teams are going to be so interested in just picking up some of those kills, but take a look at this. Uzbishka does exactly what we want to see from a team like DE. They go ahead, they join the mix here, and they pick up a single kill, but on the back foot of that, NBO are trying to make something happen here. That's going to be Enter taking out Kalo here, and unfortunately for our team that picked up that first mana break, they're going to be left to just a solo. I believe that's going to be Hannah on that Alluru over there. Again, some trades kind of happened. NBO are also left with just a single member left remaining. You can see Enter kind of hiding away in the corner trying to make something happen.
A very cautious approach coming through from Gotaga though, right? They are not going to try and reveal too much with regards to their positions here. They know they're going to have to try and get even more done. In the meantime, it is going to be Genius now as Hannah tries to bring the team back on their feet. Enter though looking to apply quite a bit of pressure, but up comes DE, a good bit of overwatch that they've got available to them. The sonars coming in as well, and more definitely coming in super clutch, but Enter pushing forward. Beautiful hits over onto its Genius, denying those reses and getting the full wipe.
Take a look at this. I kind of called for it. The arm has been used from the side of the E. That's going to be Flarik picking up the shot onto Nox. So unfortunately for the side of Team Gotaga, it's just going to be Maxa left alive here. Loving the play right now from the side of Dark Entities. Remember, keep an eye on that match timer. There's 4 minutes left remaining, and the Flood comes in here. Full Ray is going to be here on the meds, kind of be used by Maxa. So we knew exactly where he was at. And now that Dark Entities have kind of joined in on the action, they have accumulated 4 total kills. Take a look at this. NBO Enter. I think we know what he's going to be going for here. You got to imagine an all-out sprint for the backpack extract, and this might spew disaster for the side of Dark Entities, because remember, they have the they want to go ahead and get this thing out, but if Enter is going to be able to make it there first, they're not going to be able to extract with that weaponry. So we'll have to see if Flarik is able to kind of make a dash, make a run up towards this extract. It looks like he will be, and we'll have to see how this one kind of pans out. Look at this. He does have the in hand, by the way, but oh my gosh, man, the scavs are making this very, very difficult. The helicopter up in the sky is making it very, very difficult, and it might be the difference maker, because he's going to be forced to be delayed here. He's going to be forced to go ahead and hide away indoors, heal up for just a little bit, and all the while, Enter has kind of been uncontested by some of these scavs. He's making a dash, but his route is a little bit more obscure. Flarik has a little bit more of a direct approach. We'll have to see who is able to actually take this backpack extract.
Well, talk about pressure. We are looking at it by the Bulls, as of course the rest of DE just trying to see what they can find down over into that museum position. Meanwhile, it is absolute send up north, right? You can see Enter trying frantically to get himself over towards that extract, but Flarik already knows that there is an opportunity at hand, just trying to scout that out here. They do spot that first ping, and now it is going to be go time. Out comes the AWAM. Oh, it comes through, but it's not going to cause enough damage just yet. The headshot, but instead lands the body shot. Now comes the play, the push. Can he actually steal him before he runs out?
No, the timer comes out. Enter. Oh my gosh, did you catch that? By the way, he waved towards the camera right there. That was his reaction to that. And Flarik, he hits the shot, but you got to imagine that shot must have landed on a limb. It was not a direct body shot, so the full knock did not come in there, unfortunately, and that was pretty much the difference maker. The uncooked grenade, by the way, on the angle from the side of Enter pretty much just prevented Flarik from actually pushing his advantage. So that's going to be a big win for the side of NBO, just in terms of denying Dark Entities access to that specific now, that being said, by the way, kind of picked up on this yesterday. You can actually just go ahead and put those bullets in your safe box, and you can actually buy arms on the competitive server. You just can't buy the ammo. So if you have the ammo, that might be good enough. But again, these teams don't want to go ahead and do that because the ammo is going to be so expensive for them to buy. But the ammo is going to be the most important thing that Flair can go ahead and put away into the safe box there. But great job by Enter right there to go ahead and meet up with Flarik towards that backpack extra, kind of win out in the utility side of things. But yeah, Dark Entities still have the opportunity to go ahead and loot up around the map and try to go ahead and find some value in their safe boxes.
Yeah, I mean, there's also still that last airdrop that has not yet been activated or claimed, so they could go 2 for 2 here. But it's going to be a mad rush rather, to see who's going to be the one find the most value here, as they're already up to almost 3 million in profits. But as it currently stands, that means that they are only going to be getting that 1 single point being awarded to them, right? They will need to try and hit at least 4 mil, and they've got a few mere moments on the clock to try and pull that off. But look, taking a look back at our amazing replays here, things have been so contested when it comes to that Mandelbrick.
Yes, and I'll mention it, you know, I think I've played a lot of hours in this game, as we go ahead and take a look at the 1v2 here from Enter on the back foot of Han and picking up their res. But I play a lot of hours of Delta Force myself. I think I'm pretty good at it. But the one thing that I have yet to go ahead and conquer is control over an Allura rocket. I don't know how some of these professional players do it. We saw Maxa there just finding incredible value with a well-led rocket. 2 kills. But with that being said, obviously the kind of trades were happening, the kills, the util was being traded, but amongst all of the chaos on the back foot of Team Genius, investing those wooden sculptures into some of the gear, the golden gear that they had, and some of that operator pull, right, with that Tempest, Team Genius are going to be taking an early lead here. They're going to be picking up the first mana brick of the day.
Yeah, it proves to be that Tempest play coming in absolute climb. 2 operator kills, 800 and decent damage. But Genius are going to be smiling all the way to the end of this round. I mean, this is a good way, as you said, to get themselves a good presence on the overall leaderboard here for this particular match. So, yeah, good start, good play. But now they got to keep that up, right? They've got a foundation for themselves here today, and they're going to have to double down if they want to keep their overall rankings.
Yeah, you can see them up there in first place, valuing that Mandelbrick capture. They did such a good job, but it only really required them to pick up 2 total kills. But take a look at this. Amongst all of the utter chaos, Team Gotaga, they picked up 6 kills, so that's going to be great for them. Team number 1. Again, we kind of saw these guys on the leaderboard going into game number 2. They were in first place just based off of the squad points, then picking up 5 kills right there. I would imagine that, of course, they're going to be in second place because they don't have a mana brick, so they're always going to be beat out by a team that does have a mana brick. But then picking up kills there is going to be great, and it's just going to be on the back foot of the individual performance here of NBO Enter. He was our top killer here on Brakkesh. He picked up 4 of his own. Team Gotaga in second and third place as well. 3 apiece for Maxa and Nox.
Yeah, pretty good run indeed here for them. I mean, those points really just starting to stack on up. But aside from our top killers, we have our top damage dealers as well. And it looks very similar, right? With Maxa rising all the way up to 926 damage. Enter, even though he got that cheeky extraction, still managing to do quite a bit of damage here, 600 damage plus. And yeah, with Bishka, that Uluru rocket definitely helping to bring in quite a bit of chaos.
Yep, without a doubt, you can see some of the assists coming in. Again, Team Gotaga do so good at helping out some of their teammates, which is why we're going to be seeing 2 members up there. Flarik also finding himself in that top 3 on Brakkesh, but what a great way to kind of see Brakkesh go. I was kind of wondering going into that one how it was going to pan out. Panned out pretty much exactly what we have seen in the past, just utter chaos over that museum decoding station. For our top asset earners, though, the only one kind of even getting anywhere near 1 million assets, 1 million alloys here is going to be NBO Enter, who we did, of course, see exit throughout that backpack extract. And he is also going to be our MVP, and without a doubt deserved it. The fact that he went ahead and distracted, almost setting himself 1 million in assets there, and then picking up 4 total kills as well, 700 damage and 1 assist. Without a doubt, the MVP on Brakkesh.
Yeah, and of course, I think it's all partly in, thanks to that wave that he gave right before he extracted as the timer was running out. But a very exciting start to our second round here. And of course, as we know, after this, we have 1 more eco run before we head over into Space City to see how much pressure these Mandelbricks are going to be applying to our squads, because it is going to be absolute insanity. But in the meantime, go ahead and follow Delta Force on all the socials. You can see the link down. If you've not yet downloaded the game, head over to Play Delta Force to get your hands on it. And in the meantime, we're going to be prepping for our one and only play over on Tide Prison, and that'll be coming at you on the other side of the break.
Two members, now the odds are in their favor, 2v1. Everything getting spammed away, and MT getting a little... So hang on a second, NL! Look at that, it's an absolute sweep! This... And Ellie just got it, they're here, lines them up, even through the shot, you're nuts! For the last remaining 3 BOV, they find 2 instant knocks, the Elm's gonna be hopping up to that.
I'll get you out of here.
The enemy got the Mandelbrick. Find it. Stop them. Mandelbrick decoded. Nice work, operator.
The time to strike is now. Do not let me down, operator.
Decoding has begun. Defend the area.
Is about to take the first hit to bring up the tournament, and they're going to do it!
What goes around, comes around.
I'm not gonna do very much though. You get barrel stuff. Skydie is getting aggressive.
See what I did there? You ain't seen nothing yet.
Let's knock them off their feet.
There we go. Oh, much damage, and there it is.
Delta Force gang, welcome back to the Rise series here. We are already through 2 games, and with Team Genius capturing a Mandelbrick, we have entered dangerous territories of ending the day early. We'll have to see if they can pull that off, but not before we jump over to Tide Prison. Let's go ahead and take a look at the overall leaderboard here. Again, like I mentioned, Team Genius, they pick up that Mandelbrick there over on Brakkesh, which is why we're going to be seeing them in that #1 spot. And speaking about #1, the team themselves in second place right here, they have been absolutely slaying out throughout the day. 10 total kill points already is going to put them on a total of 16 squad points. They're going to be sitting pretty comfortable in that #2 spot. But as we know, we constantly talk about it when it comes down to this format. The most important thing on these leaderboards is those mana bricks. Sure, Team Genius, if they didn't have a mana brick, they would be towards the bottom of the leaderboard, potentially in 5th place right now. The mana brick is the most valuable thing, which is why we see them in that #1 spot. I want to remind everybody at home as well, Team Genius, they actually won yesterday. They double bricked early in game #6, and with them picking up an early mana brick here today, we might be having a similar situation. But again, I already mentioned it. We're going to be jumping over to Tide Prison before we jump back into those Mandelbrick rounds to give our teams an opportunity to build up the bank, to build up the armory, and to see if they can kind of make something happen on the leaderboard as it pertains to some of those kill points.
Well, there's a lot to look forward to here for our squad. We are going to be heading into the final eco run to see what Tide Prison is going to be bringing in. And of course, we've seen in the previous versions of Tide Prison that there is a lot to play for here. As of course, this is where the operator picks are going to look to take a little bit of a different swing, right? You want to go for a little bit more of that CQB able players to see if anything can happen on this. But I mean, again, right, looking at what these teams have done before, they could definitely swing this either which way.
Yeah, without a doubt. We kind of mentioned it. We're jumping over to Tide Prison. Nox is very, very common on a map like Tide Prison. The ultimate, sometimes we're going to be seeing double Nox. Let's go ahead and take a look at the most popular operators. I mentioned it myself. You can see Hacklaw and double Nox are actually going to be the most popular kind of comp here, the most popular operators, and it's just no surprise because we kind of know how Tide Prison kind of pans out. 36% pick rate here on Tide Prison, followed up by a giant drop in percentage there with Hacklaw and Morris being at 14%. But I've liked what teams have kind of done with Morris. It's kind of this push and pull between the Morris all and the Nox all. You can kind of get some information from Morris, but not if those Noxes are actually popping their alt. So kind of counters one another here. But taking a look at some of the T1 spawn possibilities, the T2, the T3s as well. Some of our teams are going to pick up that T1 spawn. You can imagine they're going to be involved in that 3v3 early that we're used to seeing on a map like Tide Prison over towards that Warden's office, which is going to have a bunch of loot on Tide Prison. And DK, I'll tell you what, yesterday, you remember our Tide Prison? We saw so many reds kind of filling the feed. I hope we see something similar here today.
It's going to be exciting, and we hope to have a lot of those reds making their way onto those 3x3s. Potentially maybe even reds that won't exactly fit into the 3x3s, but either which way, it is going to be go time as all are now make the mad dash to get their gear back up, and it is going to be go, go, go. As already there is quite a bit of movement and activity all across the map here.
I would love to know if our teams weren't only limited to 2 single operators, if some of them would kind of run triple knocks, as we see some of those reds start to go ahead and fill up. But yeah, that's a question that we might potentially have to ask. But hold up, AGT Chuba here is going to be finding our team in first place, a little bit off guard. That was going to be Chin's kind of swimming around in the water, and some well-placed shots there from Chuba is unfortunately going to put our team in first place at a little bit of a disadvantage. And take a look at how hard, how difficult it's probably going to be for these guys to go ahead and pick up that res. And the reds are coming in full rate. He's going to be picking up one. Evan's going to be picking up another. But for AGT, another kill onto the side of Team Genius. This has been a great job from our team in last place on the leaderboard right now. Last place action all the way on to first place. Some great shots as Chuba probably knows where this player is at. You can see a little bit of a warning shot being sent away of Kilo, who has a lot of work to do if he wants to keep this run alive for his team.
That's essentially what the team's going to have to try and play for here, right? Is try and do whatever they can that is going to help get them to that next bit. And we already a few of those reds now coming out. A nice little alligator being found there as well. So DE having a decent session over towards the Wooden's office here. But the big question is going to be, will they make it out with any of this loot, right? That is going to be the main focal point. And secure points in any which way you can, either through getting those kills or extracting with a bag absolutely full to the brim.
Yeah, unfortunately for the side of Team Genius, completely wiped off the map. So they're going to have about a 20-minute break here before they got to start to think about Space City, which they might be happy to do, man. They might be trying to cook something up to end this thing in game number 4 on Space City if they're able to go ahead and secure a second Mandelbrick very, very early on. But you kind of mentioned it. Just looting up is going to be the name of the game here, and that's what I love to see on the right side of the screen. Any single time I see something pop up, I'm like, oh, what red did we get this time? We've seen a couple of champagne bottles already. It's going to be Stickerton finding this one this time around, and the safe supplies contract is going to be being completed for the side of Dark Entities right now. We'll have to keep a close eye on whether or not they're able to pick up any loot of their own. Taking a look at some of the operators, though. A couple of our teams actually opted to not bring in a Nox, which I kind of like. Dark Entities, you can see them. Boris, Gizmo, and a Shepherd. All 3 operators are pretty good indoors, so you got to imagine they're going to be interested in fighting. I see as well for the side of LFS, a Shepherd, a Gizmo, and a Toxic. So no Nox for them, but all of our other teams that are still alive are going to be having a Nox available to them.
All these narrow alleys that they are going to be looking to push through. Thinking about navigating, right? Surprising to see that raft being utilized, but again, I guess the recon is going to be helpful and useful in planning the exit strategy here. But NBO, they instead are going to be coming through with that Morse, trying to see what they can get. AGARTHA, things are looking pretty tough there. Whereas move in, get a beautiful straight on over onto Woods Genius. And just capitalizing on the carnage they can muster here.
Yeah, quick look back at how that one kind of panned out early on. So 3 kills early for Team AGT. It's going to be great for them. You can see also their profits are already up to 4 mil. They probably went ahead and looted all 3 bodies from the side of Team Genius there. Of course, those profits are going to be the bulk of it in gear, weapons, ammo, and everything like that. A bunch of stuff that you can't put in your safe box. So if AGT are actually able to extract with all of that stuff, which is going to be the difficult part, then it'll be great for them, especially in terms of the leaderboard. But the name of the game remains the same for some of our other teams, as we can kind of see them looting around the map, trying to pick up as much loot as they possibly can. And unfortunately for us, we're not going to have as good of a time as we had yesterday. We saw so many 3x3s, 2x3s, reds being picked up. But so far, it's been pretty quiet. I think we saw one One red that kind of came in at 1.2 mil. I think we've seen now 2 red coffee beans. Second one being picked up there by the side of NBO. I think we've seen 2 champagne bottles. So I'm trying to keep a close eye on it. I think we're up to a total of 5 across the entirety of this game so far, with all of our teams' loot kind of combined. Definitely not as much as yesterday, which is unfortunate for some of our teams, but still 12 minutes to kind of find their way around the map and potentially pick up some more loot. But who needs reds when you can get kills?
Yeah, I mean, kills definitely something to try and capitalize on here, but I actually like what DE is doing so far, right? They are focusing heavily on that loot, and we do see a beautiful Rolex coming through there, as well as Gotaga. Nox just finding the exact spots to be in. A double horn pop-up coming through as well, but unfortunately, you know, the purple's not as valuable as we see in the reds.
Yeah, without a doubt. Unfortunately for us as well, I mean, I kind of mentioned the lack of reds, as we do see a couple more kind of make their way into some of the inventories there, but the reds have been a little bit lackluster, and so has the action on Tide Prison. This is the map that plays very, very slow. You got to imagine that maybe some of our teams are potentially going to want to play for maybe the airdrop, maybe that contract potentially a little bit later on, which of course is going to be huge in terms of gaining some of the gear. You can see the contract ongoing up there, 3 minutes before we're going to see the big clash among some of the bosses on the map. The airdrop is currently being prepared, 20 seconds before that starts to fall. Of course, that airdrop is going to be on the outside of the map, and I think most of our teams are actually towards like the center or the north side of the map, so they're not even really close to it. But there it is. That contract is going to be completed, and we're going to be seeing the M82, the 50 BMG, make its way into the inventory of Team LFS. AGT, by the way, this was the same exact spot they picked up their 3 kills from earlier on. So they have actually basically not moved at all. Pretty content with where they currently stand. Trying to get a little bit of a read here on where all of our teams are at. See if we're going to have any potential clashes pretty soon. Get a little bit of a read on Team Gotaga, who unfortunately for them, their profits are going to be sub 1 mil right now. So they're towards the bottom of the leaderboard in terms of loot that they have been able to pick up. But they currently actually have control over the backpack extract, it kind of looks like. So they might be just kind of waiting in the wings, waiting for one of these teams, one of these singled out operators to potentially run towards that extract. Because you got to imagine, when a team sends a player over towards the backpack extract, it's usually the member of the team that has all the loot, has all the weaponry that they want to get out, specifically look towards that M82. So that would be great for them to kind of catch somebody off guard. But AGT finally go ahead and take the zip line up.
Yeah, yesterday we've seen some interesting things happen over on Americas with regards to zipline things. Happy to see that it's not happening on EMEA here today. But it is going to be go time now for Gotaga to see if they can maybe get an angle over on LFS here. It is going to be a quick full send. Ooh, just trying to get the angles through that passage. But LFS, though, quick on the reaction here, right? Sensing that that is probably not the best way to go, doubling back on themselves and now trying to find a different way to navigate through these hallways. And again, it is looking pretty challenging here, especially seeing that we have teams focusing on just kind of keeping themselves removed from these altercations. But as you said it, right, Team Gotaga, they need as much value as they can get here because they're also pretty in the middle when it comes to the leaderboard here for today. So whatever they are planning on doing, they need to be very active with that, right? They need to get that momentum going and try and go for the kills.
The great pre-fire there from Imperator. He's trying to go ahead and catch one of the members there of Team Gotaga, Vlad, off guard. He almost got it done. You can see Vlad's very, very low, down to about 15, 20% HP. But with that being said, Stickinson is actually making a little bit of a play here to potentially find a different angle. Nox is trying to go ahead and pre-aim towards that other side because he's a little bit worried of his flank as well. But Team Gotaga actually have to not only worry about where Team LFS are going to potentially position, but they also have to worry about Team NBO, who I'm not even sure that they currently know about. And by the way, whilst we've kind of been watching some of these teams think about fighting one another, Team Dark Entities, DE, are up to 4.6 million profit. So they've done a great job at looting. A quick reminder, usually we see the team that picks up those sniper rifles, right? Like the M82. They're usually in first place because they're worth so much. But Team LFS actually in third place in terms of the profits. And they're actually going to send that M82 out through backpack.
Ooh. That's a smart move. Right, that is a smart move to make sure that you hold on to position, because as we've seen, right, with those sniper rifles, you don't want to lose them. As you mentioned, they are worth quite a decent chunk of change. Teams want to try and capitalize on the value as best they can. A little bit of that basic fuel coming through. We're not crafting anything today, so no need even to try and pick it up, as Maxa now focuses back onto the scavs here. Just picks up a few plays. But you got to be very careful, right? Prison is squealing when you start poking and prodding and taking down the scavs. The opposing teams know exactly where you are, and they'll probably come jumping onto you very, very shortly.
Still, this kind of little bit of a standstill in the cells area of the map, and somehow, someway, there's actually still some reds to be found around the map. We've been inside prison now for 12 minutes. You would probably imagine that most of the reds had been found, but a little bit of a caviar being found there for Nox. It's going to be about 200k. And take a look at this strategy from the side of Dark Entities. I mentioned they did a great job of looting so far, right? 4.6 million profits. They're actually trying to play spoiler to that laptop computer hack, which leads to the extracts in the center of the map. They are just sitting still, and I'm taking a look at the map that I have off screen here, and it looks like the team of NBO could potentially be running into the arms of Dark Entities very, very soon.
So the trap that they've set up might actually look to pay off. We'll find out soon enough whether or not anything is going to happen. But I gotta say, these whistles coming through from Raven always sound so creepy, right? It's, you know that there's something just hanging in the wing. Let's see whether or not Team Gotaga are going to be able to get anything done. Are they going to fight? Are they going to try and wipe these scavs down? Again, making quite a bit of noise here, so the suppressors only working for assistance, right? Still making themselves quite audible, and DE though getting into quite the altercation.
Oh my gosh, we saw that DE were waiting it in the wings. They were playing that slow approach, trying to camp the extract, and they do not even knock a single player of the Team NBO. Great work. You got to imagine, by the way, Team NBO, they probably had the perfect operator for that scenario. They had a raptor. They probably sent the raptor bird in and saw that all three members of Dark Entities were kind of waiting over there in the wings. And take a look at this from Team LFS. Remember, they already kind of secured that M82 from the contract. Now they're going to be the first team over there to the other airdrop that has actually landed. So Team LFS have done a great job on the back of them, already sending out one of those members. They're getting a couple of extra pieces of loot here. And now we're going to have to see if they can make their way over to the helicopter extract. That being said, that helicopter extract is going to activate in just 40 seconds. Team LFS, they are just a duo, but they're going to go ahead and have to face the full trio of AG2 who are also swimming towards it. But take a look at this. Team Gotaga, oh my gosh, Nox. This is why we call this guy the absolute highlight reel. He is so good at finding some of these kills, and on the back foot of him picking up two of his own, it's going to be an easy pickup for Vlad there to find the third, and Team Gotaga get a full wipe onto the team of number one.
What a play indeed. Meanwhile, do you see that bottom left side? Things are happening over towards the extract here as AGARTHA are going to try and extract it. There is still a few seconds on the clock, but I like this coming through from
No way.
Living for Success. They are playing for the upset. Oh, they got a kill in, but unfortunately AGT got two players out. And I mean, what an upset though coming through here from LFS.
Great shots from Evan. I was like, oh yeah, he got the knock, but there's no way they're going to be able to actually find the damage needed to go ahead and get the full kill there. But a well-placed nade from the Shepherd Stickinson actually secures the knock right there. It knocked another member, but they weren't able to go ahead and get the full on that one. So only 2 members for the side of Team AGARTHA actually making it out of this map. Unfortunately, this has been a great job from the side of LFS. They kind of deny an extract from one of the members of AGT. They also pick up the kill, which is of course going to be worth it on the leaderboard and the 800,000 alloy that you do get from it. But what can they actually make happen against the team of Team Gotaga? And Team Gotaga and the last 2 remaining members of Team LFS are pretty much stuck on this map. There's real no way for them to actually extract now, as all of the options have pretty much been exhausted, as there's only 2 minutes left remaining. But Team Gotaga might be kind of content with how this one has gone. I think they were able to pick up a total of 3 kills. I think it was just the team wipe that they found onto the side of team number 1. And yeah, you can see at bottom left, Nox with 2, Vlad with 1. So they're just going to go ahead and try to make sure their 3x3 safe boxes are filled to the brim. Make sure they get out with as much value as they possibly can.
That is going to be the name of the game here. The main objective available in our final eco round, right? The last opportunity for teams to try and capitalize on as much bank as they can here. And I only just realized that Nox is playing Nox, right? So yeah, what a beautiful setup that is. Here we go. It's gonna be up towards Raven. Very quick and abrupt end coming through onto that. Can we get some good loot in the back? A few purples finding their way through. We do see the armor there. I'm not quite sure if that is going to be worth to try and cram in. That is only 3x3. Ooh, Vlad again finding a few of those wooden statues. So they are looking to set themselves up for even more gold in the coming rounds.
Some great shots there. Again, it's going to be Nox finding the initial knock there. The guy just always finds the damage. And on the back foot of that, Team Gotaga are going to be picking up last 2 kills there to be found onto the side of Team LFS. You got to respect it though, Team LFS. They knew the only way they could kind of find value onto this map, as there was only a couple of seconds remaining, was to go ahead and try to fight for those kills. But unfortunately for them, Team Gotaga, still a healthy 3-man roster, had the numbers advantage. And kind of mentioned it not too long ago, Team Gotaga, they did just recently have a total of 3 kills, but on the back foot of that, they're going to exit this one with a total of 5. And Tide Prison was it slow for like the first 10 to 12 minutes. But after that, all of our teams started to go head to head. We saw some kind of extracts come through for some of our teams as well. And then, of course, Team LFS making their way out with that M82 50 BMG.
There's going to be some value indeed moving into those later stages, as we are going to be now starting to move over onto a little bit of that Mandelbrick focused gameplay here. But still, it's an opportunity for the teams to try and fill up those coffers with as much as they could find. But it's going to be Team Gotaga being our best team for this round, getting a beautiful play, 8 million in assets. But those 5 operator kills is what's going to help them so much. Of course, that puts them up onto 4 million in value.
Yeah, great work from these guys. Again, I would love to go ahead and see the individual breakdown, because I would imagine that it's going to be Nox to go ahead and find so many of those kills here for the side of Team Gotaga, but not without the help of Vlad and Max. These guys have done so well. Let's go ahead and take a look at that breakdown now. Team Gotaga are going to be in first place on the back foot of them, finding 5 total kills. Nox with 3 of them, 1.8 total mil. But for the side of Team AGARTHA, take a look at them down there. Yeah, they only had 3 kills, so a little bit less, but 3 mil able to be extracted right there for those guys. And also, I got to give a big shout out to Team LFS. They were actually the team that made it out, I was going to say with the most, but somehow, some way, Full Rate was able to actually extract with almost 3 mil on his own, even though they failed the extract and found 0 kills of their own. So a couple of our teams approaching 4 mil right there on Tide Prison. LFS Imperator, though, we already know it. He made his way out with the M82.
Yeah, that is going to be quite a bit of value going their way. Speaking about value, though, it is going to be Nox, as you predicted, being our leader when it comes to getting those kills, sitting with 3 in the bag of Enter, and Nox also right there hard on his heels. So a very bit of play coming through over on towards Tide Prison. But this now is going to take us over onto who has brought in that serious case of damage. And I'm pretty sure that we are going to be looking at Nox being present there as well, as he is going to be taking second place next to Sickinston.
Yeah, great job there, and not a lot of damage actually dealt. I mean, you know, 300 and some odd change there for some of our top damage dealers here. We're used to actually seeing this number be a lot higher, but we saw the action was quite low on Tide Prison, so I guess it's going to be the biggest playing factor, a part of that. And some of our assists here coming in, no surprise that it's going to be found onto Max. So this guy is constantly helping his team out, helping Nox out, actually find some of those kills as well. So great work here from some of our teams all around.
Yeah, great work indeed. Now it is going to be up to who got out with the most assets here as we see all that teamwork. But can they make the dream work? Of course, the answer is, well, it is looking very plausible here, especially if your name is FLOORPOV. 2.9 mil Imperator, and of course Chuba also sitting with a decent chunk of change there for themselves as well. But at the end of the day, right, it all stacks up, especially moving into Space City, making sure that you have the loadout that you need to try and contest for those Mandelbrick. So yeah, I'd say it's a pretty decent setup coming through from our squads.
And our MVP here is going to be Nox. Remember, we keep talking this guy up, man, and he keeps delivering on the big stage. He's going to be finding 3 kills of his own on the back foot again. Pretty low damage number, but not a lot of actions to be found. So 361 there. Assets gained, only 470k, which is no surprise because we did see them, of course, fail that extract. But again, MVPs and the most amount of kills, it just goes hand in hand because it helps you out so much on the leaderboard.
Yeah, and sometimes you need all the help that you can find. So excited to see just how those leaderboards are going to be looking, and we'll see pretty soon. But of course, the easiest way for us to know exactly what the situation is with regards to that is to take a quick break, and we'll be back with the points right after.
Two members, now the odds are in their favor, 2v1. Everything getting spammed away, and MT getting a little... So hang on a second, NL! Look at that! It's an absolute sweat! This... And you just got it, they're here! Lines them up, even through the shot, you're nuts! For the last remaining 3 BOV, they find 2 instant knocks. The Elm's gonna be hopping off to that.
I'll get you out of here.
This court finds that the AI holds no legal responsibility.
But the data, this doesn't add up.
Just deal with the AI.
Priority. Protect company assets. Valve closed.
You destroyed our home!
That dream again.
Gabriel Mercier, codename N2, role engineer. As a former nuclear facility engineer, N2 was removed from his position following a major incident that escalated into legal proceedings. He later returned to military service and was reassigned to Arctic deployments under CBR and related units. with the originally designated technical specialist unable to fulfill operational requirements. And following assessment review, N2 has been approved as a replacement operator for the subsequent operation.
Stun out. Throwing stun. Stun hit. Freeze right there. It's getting cold.
N2 is equipped with a modified grenade launcher, capable of firing up to 6 LN2 grenades. Upon impact, each round detonates and releases a burst of cryogenic gas, dealing area damage and significantly impairing enemy mobility. Sustained hits can fully immobilize targets through extreme low temperature exposure.
Cold. I can go colder.
The enemy got the Mandelbrick. Find and stop them. Mandelbrick decoded. Nice work, operator.
The time to strike is now. Do not let me down, operator.
Decoding has begun. Defend the area.
Is about to take the first hit the brick of the tournament, and they're going to do it!
What goes around, comes around.
Oh, not gonna do very much. Oh. You get barrel stuff. Skydie is getting aggressive.
See what I did there? You ain't seen nothing yet.
Let's knock them off their feet.
There we go. So much damage, and there it is.
With our first 3 games done and watching us, go through a pretty passive Tide prison, the Tides are about to change completely. We're going to go from a passive map to very, very action-packed Mandelbrick games throughout the rest of this competition. Let's go ahead and take a look at the leaderboard here. Team Genius being our only team with a Mandelbrick captured so far are, of course, going to be residing in that first place. Number 1, the team themselves have continued on with the amount of kills they are able to pick up. Take a look at this. They're up to 13 total kill points, and on the back foot of them also finding some incredible loot. Their supply points are also up there as well with 8, bringing them to a total of 21 points. But Team Gotaga, we were actually a little bit worried about this team over the first course of the first couple of games, but on the back foot of a great Tide prison for them, they've actually soared up the leaderboard. They're now in 3rd place at a total of 19 points. As a quick reminder for everybody at home, Team Genius, they won their group yesterday, right? When it was groups C and D going head to head, they ended things early. They won in game 6 by picking up 2 total mana bricks. Team Gotaga, they won their group when it was group A versus group B on Friday. So we're kind of keeping a close eye on these 2 teams to kind of see how they continue to perform. But like I mentioned it, Team Genius, they double bricked yesterday. Can they kind of do the same thing as we jump into game number 4 here on Space City? They're going to have opportunities to do so now.
Yeah, this is going to be that big opportunity to captain, maybe potentially even try and wrap up the show early if your name is Genius, right? They'll be opting to try and play for that double brick strategy. And this is where we are going to be looking a lot more towards Tempest that is going to be utilized. We've seen different combos come through with that, right? We've seen Stingers come in, we've seen hack claws being played, we've seen also being utilized. So yeah, I'm not quite sure how and where the teams are going to look to try and play these, but I'm expecting to see a decent play, at least for Tempests.
Yeah, without a doubt, and we can already see it. Team Genius already allowing to use a single pick of their Tempest earlier on, but it worked out perfectly for them. Let's go ahead and take a look at the most popular operators here on Space City. No surprise that we're going to be seeing Stinger, Luna, and Tempest kind of find their way up here to be some of the most popular operators. This is actually the single comp that we probably see the most as well, these three specific operators. It just gives you so much value. You've got the recon, right? You've got the utility, you've got the opportunity to steal the brick, to pick up the initial brick with that Tempest, and then the smokes and the reses that you can find like an operator through Stinger. It's just way too valuable to not bring in, but the pick rate is of course going to be highest for the Tempest.
Yeah, Tempest is key when it comes to Mandelbrick, so expecting a lot of teams to be with those. Speaking about which, though, we are going to be looking at those spawn predictions as well, as we do see number 1 and Dark Entity already getting their first, or their T1 spawns on the previous map. This time around, we are going to be looking at 2 different teams now having the opportunity to have a swing at it here. And essentially, everybody has had their first T1 spawn. Now it's back to see who is provided with it next up.
Yep, without a doubt. And I did actually see that Team Genius, our team in first place, they had a tier 3 spawn on Tide Prison, which means they're guaranteed a T1 or a T2 spawn. There's 3 possibilities right now for Team Genius to be one of those teams upon initial approach towards this Mandelbrick. They could, of course, get that Westgate spawn or that Employee Passage 2 spawn, which of course be that those 2 T1 spawns that would give them early access, or that Central Command spawn, right, where they have to make their way across that bridge earlier on in the center of the map, would also kind of make their way into the Mandelbrick, the center of the map, very, very early on. It looks like Dark Entities and Team Gotaga are going to have this little bit of a face-off here between the Westgate spawn and the dormitory building. This is a little rare, by the way. Team Gotaga not opting to just run through Westgate. They've stalled out a little bit here. They were potentially a little bit worried about the utility that could kind of fly in towards that Westgate keycard spawn, or at least keycard usage. That's going to leave us with only 2 teams on the initial approach here towards the center of the map. Team Genius, of course, I mentioned it, their tier 2 spawn. They got the one up by Central Command building. They ran across that Central Command bridge and made their way here very, very early on. And AGT are going to be the other team. But with that being said, AGT are going to try to do something a little bit nuanced here. We're going to have to wait all the way until 60 minutes until those Tempest Assaults are available. But if you actually got a quick glimpse of the map there, AGT, they have 2 members still over towards Employee Passage number 2, and they've actually sent their Tempest to the center of the map. Or no, they've actually sent their Luna towards the center of the map. So they're playing very, very split right now for the side of AGT. I wonder why.
Yeah, I also wonder why. And I mean, that might help us answer the questions. You can see the gear loadout that they've stepped in here with. We do see quite a few of those golds now being utilized as well. And I mean, you got the player right on the front line has only purples, right, including purple ammo. So maybe they have a different tactic in mind here, looking to kind of gatekeep players trying to push up towards their position here. But it go here, and DE and the players from Gotaga are going to start to move up as well. We do see Kilo picking up one of those beautiful golden cards as well, adding a little bit more value to the overall bag. And I mean, that's going to be an easy one to fit into the 3x3.
Got a quick glimpse of it right there as well. Team Gotaga, they're going to have some of these marksman rifles loaded with gold ammunition. We have seen these be very, very effective against some of those purple helmets. Sometimes it's able to go ahead and pick up some one-shots. So it is very, very dangerous to go up against some of these marksman rifles sometimes. They've actually kind of come into the limelight here in competitive over the recent couple of competitions. Our teams have kind of picked up on how strong it can actually be. But we have actually surpassed the 16-minute mark. I mentioned those Tempest Assaults. That's when they become available. And take a look at this. It's going to be AGT, specifically Nast, on that Tempest. They're going to pick up the initial Mandelbrick. And you got to imagine it's going to be a big question as to where they actually want to take it, because they actually waited a little bit long. You can see they would love to run in the Black Chamber, but the team of number 1 is actually already over there on that initial decoding station. So the possibilities right now for the side of AGT are actually a little slim. And the other decoding station that's in the center of the map, Dark Entities have control over it. But hold up, Team Genius are in a fight.
Well, here we go. It is going to be pressure A's. Hannah already doing quite a bit of work here with the angles, right? Is going to be finding that first kill in the bag, coming at the expense here of NBO. Not quite sure if NBO is going to be able to move up and recover their teammate here, but they are going to try. You can see Cook now trying to find a way to just circumnavigate the pressures as AGT in the meantime, they just look to kind of lock down that decode, right? Or at least the decode station, but not yet having had the opportunity to get the process on.
Yeah, unfortunately, I kind of mentioned that Team Genius were going to be in a fight right there. It was actually just a straight up pick. Like you see Matthias is kind of laying out in the open. Then that body is going to be very, very difficult to go ahead and retrieve for the side of NBO. Again, there's a lot of focus right now onto the team of AGT, though, because these guys have the Mandelbrick. But they feel stuck. They don't really know where to go, and with good reason, because there are teams all around them kind of preventing them from going to any of the decoding stations. And we kind of mentioned it yesterday. It's pretty rare for us to ever see this come into play, but there is actually a timer on this Mandelbrick. Once you initially pick it up, if you don't put it into a decoding station over the course of 5 minutes, the Mandelbrick resets. It goes back to the center of the map. It goes back to that initial spawn point. And that timer is currently running. You can see that towards the top of your screen right there. AGT, they picked it up and they have 3 minutes remaining. But Nas is trying to make something happen. He might just go ahead and run over this decoding station on the back foot of his Tempestol and put it in. This is such a good play. You can see there's a couple of members of NBO in close proximity, but because they're a duo, they're playing very, very timid. So AGT are actually going to go ahead and put this Mandelbrick down in the black chamber decoding station.
Also, at least at some point, somebody decided to get the ball underway, and right, a slight bit of a variation as to where we've seen that brick being decoded in previous rounds. But I like the position coming through here from NBO as well. Already pretty well situated to try and play for the upset here. And again, it could still swing in either which direction. So, yeah, the team's trying to get themselves positioned, trying to get themselves primed and ready. And it's all going to be down to, as we've seen time and time again, timing, right? That is going to be the big thing.
A lot of work to do for some of our other teams. I do want to go ahead and quickly mention 5 out of our 6 teams have a Tempest, which means that this Mandelbrick will probably exchange hands a plethora of times before anybody is able to actually finally secure it. But our team in first place, Team Genius, they actually don't have a Tempest, and they're under heavy pressure right now. It's going to be Team Gotaga using their Tempest ult to try to go ahead and clear out this CEO area. But they're going to be well aware of the fact that both of these teams are kind of up here. I would not be surprised if we see Team Gotaga kind of take a different approach right here. I would be super surprised if they just go full force ahead into the CEO area. It's super hard to clear all this out. There's so many angles kind of play around, and so much utility that you have to run through as well. I mean, just think about it. Hannah could just throw a Molotov on the corner of that little bit of an elbow in that hallway, and nothing can happen. You just can't run through it. So super easy to find value from the utility, especially when you take a look at the comp that Team Genius have kind of pulled out here.
Let's see what's going to happen. Ooh, Nas trying to pick up a few plays. Evan right on the entry point there. Defense coming through from AGT. They still managed to keep all 3 of their players in this round. But, I mean, Nas was such a position to contest here, right? Just playing over the top. Looking to see if he can find a few and just keeping the pressure on. But AGT doing pretty well with the defense on that Mandelbrick.
Yeah, I think they heard the Tempestol kind of get popped off in the distance. That was going to be Team LFS trying to join in on the action. And Evan actually found great value. Like, I thought he was going to get the full knock there, but he couldn't actually land the shots onto the body that was laying onto the ground right there. So a little bit of a saving grace for AGT as Yaku was almost taken out completely right there. But we see it. A rotation is actually going to be coming in from the side of Team Genius. Again, these guys don't have a Tempest. So if they're going to be interested in running and securing this Mandelbrick for their own, they're going to have to just kind of run brute force in off the back foot of some great utility. You can already see it. They use their Moor Assault. They've got information on how many operators are kind of in the area. And this Molotov is going to pretty much deny AGT from kind of running in and denying them from this seal. Team Genius now have control of the Mandelbrick, but with 3 minutes and 30 seconds remaining before they actually go ahead and secure it, you gotta imagine that somebody's going to steal it.
That is especially what we're waiting to have happen here, right? And I think that's kind of what they're capitalizing on, right? Especially now with Genius trying to snag this one up as well. I mean, so many tough angles to try and cover here. And let's see, they actually managed to get that deco done, right? Because if they do, it means that we end the show right here, right? Genius with 2 then potentially in the bag could be really strong with regards to those overall points.
We'll have to see if they can kind of make something happen here from this position. Again, AGT, they did bring in a big investment here with some of that gold armor, but trying to make something happen from this position when you're under the fire with the marksman rifle is going to be quite difficult. And all the while, by the way, something that we haven't really talked about in a long time, this duo from NBO has not moved in like 8 minutes since they kind of lost their third. Remember when Matthias kind of went down to the side of Team Genius? Ever since, NBO have just kind of been laying down. But they know what they need to play for right here. Once all of these Tempest ults kind of run out and the timer gets very, very low, one of these teams is going to want to use this specific locker room to kind of hide away in and use it as of a little bit of a defensive standpoint. And as soon as any of those teams kind of walk into this room unsuspecting, I feel like the side of NBO is going to pick up a couple of kills just on the back foot of that.
So let's see whether or not NBO is going to be able to find anything happening. In the meantime, AGT is still going about the basic to see if they can to regain the position. It's beautiful hit throw over onto its DE, as that has been found quickly back there. And this is exactly the kind of pacing that DE is going to be looking for, right? Just capitalizing on those Tempests. But now comes Nas and the rest of AGT just full sending it on forward.
Yeah, sometimes it's a little bit of false security, right? That Tempest thought AGT do a great job of pressing their advantage. They knock the Tempest, who of course they know can go ahead and self-res, but they have a 3v2 whilst that's kind of going on. So they go ahead, they pull out the full push here, and they're able to take out one of the members of DE. So now it's going to be a 3v2 situation, and basically what AGT are doing right now is just resetting. They're making sure they're all healed up, making sure they're all reloaded, and they're trying to wait for some of their utility to kind of come back and wait for some of the information to come in. But take a look at this. Over on the other side of things, Team Gotaga have finally gone ahead and joined the fray. Remember, this is going to be the team that's coming from up top. They're all the way, or at least were previously all the way were up in the CEO office, but they have worked their way down to this little bit of a room directly above the decoding station. And with a Tempest of their own and golden armor across the board as well, they're going to be big contenders here for this Mandelbrick.
We like to see, we want to see who is going to look to play the tough angles, those tough positions. But again, right, it's not always an easy position to contest. So much depending on how these teams can kind of get themselves situated and positioned. It's all just down to the reactions. And I like the fact that LFS is going to be looking to move forward yet again, trying to get their hands on the steal here. But Gotaga, Vlad, full defense right on the decode station. But now Imperator is going to be keeping a very tight look here. As you can see, Flourish now getting pressured as well. Nas moving forward, but the door is going to be slammed right in front of him.
Yeah, they're trying to go ahead and make something happen here. They know they have the advantage, especially with the fact that Dark Entities have kind of put themselves into this little bit of a room that's hard to kind of make something happen, especially when a bunch of utility is kind of running in. For the side of LFS, they still kind of have control over this bridge. They're just kind of sending their Tempest in time and time again. Team Gotaga currently have control of the Mandelbrick. Take a look at the difference right now that we have between the Mandelbrick decode and the actual match clock. There's only 5 minutes remaining. If this gets exchanged a couple of more times, I don't know if anybody is actually going to go ahead and capture this Mandelbrick. And all the while, AGT are still trying to flesh out these last 2 remaining members of PE, but the utility is kind of coming in. But Nas is kind of tired of waiting. He runs straight into the angle on the back with some of the utility landed as well, and he's going to meet his demise. Some great shots landed from Uzbiska right there, and he's going to follow that one up. It's going to be 2 members of AGT actually knocked down.
Oh, off the head, just getting absolutely compounded here. This is where things now look quite troubling for the side of AT. Also, then it is going to be a quick steal coming through as they get their hands on it. NBR, they're just laying down and waiting to see if the opportunity could potentially be looking to present itself here. Just, again, such quick paces here as the teams just keep the flow going.
This is going to be the solo left alive for the side of AGT. He does great work. He knocks Ushbishka right there, and now it's going to be a 1v1. But the shock is in. It does so much damage, but the shots don't land. Fleric can't hit it on the back foot of Yaku, being down to 50% HP and no armor remaining. An incredible clutch right there from the side of AGT Yaku, and I think he's going to be able to go ahead and get the res. But take a look at this, the fight over the Mandelbrick. It's going to be Maxa joining the fray right there. He's landing on the Cody station, but the disarm comes in from the opposing Tempest to go ahead and deny it for just a couple of seconds, but they're going to have so much control. Oh my gosh, Evan almost walked in to the duo of NBO lane on the floor. But somehow, some way, he decided to go ahead and just leave the room instead of staying in there. And you want to talk about staying somewhere? Take a look at Maxa. He is laying on the Cody station. They're going to try to deny this. They're going to try to prevent LFS from stealing this one away.
Oh, Maxa doing the maximum effort, locking it in here, and they still have just over 50 seconds left to continue with the pressure here. And you can see NVR looking to come active now, as well as you can see Enter picking up the hits, picking up the sprays. Now this is where Gotaga are going to be feeling a lot of that. Can they keep up the pace here? There's so many teams looking to contest for that Mandelbrick.
This is a well-timed push for Team Genius, by the way. They hear all the shots kind of being traded back and forth, and they finally go ahead and try to join the mix. But take a look at this. On the back foot of all of the chaos, AGT have done the same exact thing. They're going to get the flank, and they're going to take out Chins. They're going to take out Kalo. And now Team Genius have been fully wiped off the map as Hannah goes down. AGT are left remaining as a three-man roster after everything that kind of happened. But as I mentioned, that Max is going to join the fray. He's going to be picking up a double piece. And Team Gotaga, 10 seconds before they secure the Mandelbrick. And with Maxa picking up, what is that, 2-3 kills? I think they're going to have it. No, they go down. With Maxa dying in the end, the coding is being interrupted. Nobody has control of the Mandelbrick. And somehow, some way, there are only 2 operators left standing on Space City. It's going to be 1 member of NBO. It's going to be Enter. And it's going to be 1 member of AGT. It's going to be Nast. Reminder, the decoding timer is down to just 90 seconds. They have about 20 seconds to work with to jump on the Mandelbrick to go ahead and secure this. This 1v1 pretty much dictates it. Can Nast go ahead and win it? Enters down to very, very low HP and on the back foot of the disarm, applying so much pressure. Nast wins the 1v1, and somehow, some way, it is a 1v1 for a Mandelbrick here in game number 4.
Absolutely amazing clutch up coming through here from AGT. AGARTHA starting the day off in quite a troubling position with regards to the overall points, but now they step up to the blade here, coming through with their very first Mandelbrick. Absolutely exciting stuff for them, and what a well and hard-earned decode this has been for them.
So much just happened in this little corridor. We couldn't even keep track of it all. We tried our best, but who cares how it all happened? I mean, AGT with a well-timed push. It was so crazy because Team Genius were kind of hiding in the wings in this black chamber area over by those flight cases. They were just sitting over there waiting until they felt confident in the push of their own. And when they finally decided to run in, it was like a second or 2 later that AGT did the exact same play from that little bit of a sliding door that leads over to test range. And it just worked out perfectly in terms of the timing for the side of AGT. That they were able to find the flank. They picked up 2 of the members of Team Genius. And then we have to mention it as well. I mean, Team Gotaga, they had control of that Mandelbrick. They just had to stay alive. There was only like 2 seconds remaining. I think it was Maxa that was the last member that went down. Maybe it was Vlad. But they faltered. All 3 of their members kind of went down. And AGT were left with a 1v1 situation to go ahead and pull out the Mandelbrick there. There it is. You mentioned it. Team AGARTHA. They were in last place coming into this game. And now they're going to be soaring up the leaderboard.
Yeah, now they are going to be knocking on some doors and demanding some stigments. Of course, AGARTHA playing an absolutely phenomenal bit of action here. You can see just the relief coming through from them, right? They are just so happy and satisfied that this round went well for them. Several other teams, though, are going to be feeling not exactly the same, but Yuka just beaming with excitement here.
You saw the big smiles were kind of coming through. Love to see the emotion from some of our players after we see these games go down and be so crazy. Let's take a look at it, man. Team AGARTHA, not only did they go ahead and pick up the Mandelbrick, not only did they do 1,700 damage as a team, but they also were able to pick up 8 operator kills. We mentioned it. Obviously, the Mandelbrick is going to guarantee them in that second place spot, but they might be in first place because one of the criticisms that we were kind of given over to the side of Team Genius was that, like, yeah, they of course have a Mandelbrick, and that's great. It is a giant scoring metric on our leaderboard. It's the most valuable thing. But now that we have 2 teams that are going to be tied on those Mandelbricks, with Team AGARTHA picking up so many kills, and we already know what Team Genius don't necessarily have a lot of squad points throughout the day. Team AGARTHA might have done enough in one singular game to go ahead and take home that first place spot. Still a lot to kind of be played for, but game number 4 definitely went in favor of Team AGARTHA.
Yeah, so big congratulations going out to them. A whole lot of aggression and a whole lot of value being found here. And that is exactly the kind of excitement that we want to see happen for the teams. Of course, now taking a look at our top killers, no surprise to see Nast sitting there with those 5 kills in the bag. The closest to him is going to be Enterpick coming through with 3 alongside Maxo, who's also been quite a key part, right, in the success happening in that whole corridor, that whole passage where the decoding was taking place. So not really all too surprising to see that be the case, but Nast just capitalizing on the damage here as well. 931 damage alongside Yaku. They've been having a phenomenal run.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, 1,400 damage, almost 1,500 between just the 2 members of AGT when they did a pretty much total of like 1,700. Some incredible individual performances there. And no surprise to see a couple of members of AGT also kind of being in the mix when it comes down to the assists. Obviously, if you're the team that's picking up the most kills, it's very likely that you're also going to be a part of some of the top assisters on that Space City. But we mentioned it. How slow did we kind of see Tide Prison play? And I mentioned, I said, listen, we're going to see a completely different game as soon as we jump over to Space City, and we got exactly that as we take a quick look at some of our top earners right there. And again, these numbers are going to be pretty low for the rest of the day because the extracts are just not going to be coming in. There's just not going to be enough time to go ahead and actually loot the map because the Mandelbrick is going to be of most importance. But our MVP here is going to be Nas on the back foot of him picking up an individual 5 operator kills, 900 damage to his lonesome, an incredible performance.
Yep, that'd be absolutely amazing to see even more of that come through as we head into those rounds. But yeah, so far it is looking pretty good, pretty strong, as you can see. A strong presence from the side of AGT. But yeah, that is round number 4 getting wrapped up. We do know exactly how that one panned out, and this is where it gets exciting because we now have 2 teams with Mandelbricks secured, right? This could end in the next round. One of those 2 teams gets their hands on those bricks. So only one way for us to find out whether or not that is going to happen. Well, we're going to have to hop into break. We'll see you guys just back in a short few minutes.
2 members, now the odds are in their favor, 2v1. Everything getting spammed away, and MT getting a little... So hang on a second, NL! Look at that! It's an absolute swing! This... And Ellis got it, though. They're here, lines them up, even through the shot, you're nuts! For the last remaining 3 BOV, they find 2 instant knocks. The Helm's gonna be hopping off that.
Hello everyone, my name is Bishka and my role is Assault. Heard about this game back when it got announced in alpha version, so I immediately fell in love with this game before the official release. Okay, let's start with our IGL in-game leader, Flourish. He's the captain of the team, and our third main player is Follerate. He's a support player. He usually plays on smokes. And also we have a coach, Juggernaut. So basically the team was formed a long time ago, before I even joined the team, and there was a time when they needed me as a sub to play in Delta Force Invitational 2025, and after that I became the main player. We as a team, we always have a structured plan for the game, and we always analyze what is happening and plan our moves like 5 steps ahead. How we as a team evolved, I think the key thing to our success is that we all share the same passion and hunger to dominate. I mean, you wanna find good teammates that want to be competitive in this game. Like, you have to start from small, get to know each other, play public games, and then start to play scrims and keep working hard. There's always be downfalls no matter what. Just don't lose the hope and motivation to reach your goal.
Got the Mandelbrick. Find it. Stop them. Mandelbrick decoded. Nice work, operator.
The time to strike is now. Do not let me down, operator.
Decoding has begun. Defend the area.
Is about to take the first Mandelbrick of the tournament, and they're going to do it!
What goes around, comes around.
Oh, I'm not gonna do very much though. You get barrel stuff. Skydie is getting aggressive.
See what I did there? You ain't seen nothing yet.
Let's knock them off their feet.
That's so much damage, and there it is.
And here we go, getting ready for more action as round number 4 was absolutely insane on Space City. AGT coming in clutch right at the end, managing to snag themselves that very much sought after Mandelbrick. But as we are getting ourselves ready now to move into round number 5, this is where things could escalate considerably. And Vivid, I mean, there's so much to unpack from what we saw back on round number 4.
Yeah, without a doubt. Let's go ahead and take a look at how it all unfolds on the leaderboard specifically. And yes, I thought it. I was doing a little bit of math myself with all of the kill points that Team AGARTHA were able to pick up there on the back foot of their Mandelbrick Crapster as well. 21 total squad points. He's going to be putting them in first place, just a little bit ahead of Team Genius. But again, because Team Genius have a mana brick of their own, they're still going to be safe and secure in second place for now, unless some of our other teams join them in that category as well. Number one, I've kind of been a team that stayed towards the top of the leaderboard, at least amongst the teams that do not have a current mana brick captured with 26 squad points of their own. But we kind of talked about it. As soon as we hit game number 4, every single game after that is going to feature a mana brick. So jumping into game number 5, we're going to see the exact same map, Space City, again with an opportunity for all of our teams to go ahead and pick up a mana brick. Now, it's going to be important to go ahead and call this out right here. You can see the operator picks. All of our teams can only access each one of these operators 2 times over the course of all 7 of these games. We just saw it. In game number 4, by the way, every single one of our teams except Team Genius pulled out a Tempest. So it was pretty much the giant kind of center of all of those team comps. So all of our teams are now down to just a single use of their Tempest. You got to imagine with a couple of our teams on match point, now it's got to be the time that you got to bring out those Tempests, right? Go ahead and invest it if you're feeling confident. Our most popular operators, we pretty much saw this team in game number 4, and I expect to see it in game number 5 as well. Stinger, Luna, and Tempest.
Yeah, pretty much the tried and tested loadout that works quite well with regards to the operators here. We've of course seen teams kind of sprinkling their own version of this through the game here, but it is going to be mainly focused over towards Tempest itself. As you can see, Tempest definitely being quite a bit of a favorite here. But the interesting thing that I'm going to be looking at is what the team's kind of prediction is as to how this round is going to go, right? Because I think the teams that are choosing to not go for that Tempest play are the teams that are potentially anticipating that there could be another round after this one. And of course, speaking about goes, here we have a look at who will be picking up those T1 spawns. It is not going to be AGT or Team Gotaga, so there is going to be quite a few opportunities now available for the rest of the lobby to try and step up.
Yep, without a doubt, we kind of saw how important it was to get some early access to that initial Mandelbrick. As a quick reminder, actually, kind of came full circle that game. AGT were kind of the team that picked up that initial mana brick and made something happen with it. And when all was said and done, somehow, some way, they came out on top on the back foot of just a single 1v1. We'll have to see if game number 5 is going to be anywhere near as chaotic as game number 4 was. You kind of saw it. I think it's going to be a missed lineup right there, by the way. From our Luna over towards the dormitory area. That's going to be Team Genius. They were trying to go ahead and prevent this rotate coming in from side of LFS. But again, I think Hannah actually went ahead and missed that shock dart. I do want to go ahead and mention it, right? Oh, hold up. Team Dark Entities, they're going to be picking up NBO Cook here. It's going to be Ushbishka. And that's going to be a long shot. Take a look at where DER, take a look at where NBO is. That's going to be all the way from that bridge over towards Employee Passage number 2. So to hit those shots with an M7, it's going to be some crazy stuff.
Yeah. It does open up quite a bit of an opportunity and does speak as to the capability of these players. But NBO now going to be looking to push up the ramp here. You can hear that there's something going up ahead of them. And in the meantime, we are seeing a few of those golden crocodiles being picked up, right? As you can see, the team's going about the loot, making sure they can fill up their bags. But looking at the loadouts, it is pretty much gold across the way, aside from Genius and Team Gotaga.
Yeah, full-on investment from a bunch of our teams here. And speaking about the operators, only 2 of our teams are not going to feature a Tempest. It was available for them. Like, all of our teams did have a single Tempest left available. Team Genius are going to be opting to not bring in a Tempest once more. Team Dark Entities are also not going to be bringing in a Tempest, and you can kind of see it right there. The match point kind of being unlocked. A quick reminder, if we see our team in blue, Team AGARTHA, AGT, pick up this mana brick, the competition is over. We will not play the last 2 games. The same can be said for Team Genius in red, because they already have a single mana brick capture. The first team to 2 mana brick wins, and if we have to go to game number 7, if we can't kind of sort it before then, or if it can't be the metric of double mana bricks, then we'll have some tiebreakers amongst the teams that do have a mana brick. But take a look at this. Evan versus Enter, jumping onto the Mandelbrick here, and it's going to be Enter winning out that engagement, actually with a little bit of help from Full Rate off in the distance. So NBO are going to be having early access to this one, and unfortunately for Evan, he's going to be knocked right there. But take a look at this. AGT Yako. Not that it really matters, right? It kind of can help when it comes down to the squad points sometimes with that Mandelbrick supercomputer unit going to be picked up right there. That's going to be a 2 million alloy red 3x3.
I mean, that is a pretty good play to go. I mean, I'm pretty sure that they're not going to be upset about that whatsoever. But an interesting thing that I've noticed here is that in the previous space, AGARTHA got their hands on the brick first, right? They got it, they put it down, started the decode. They managed to extract with it, managed to get the decode successful eventually, right at the last moment. This time around, LFS, they got the same spawn as from EMEA rather, got the same spawn as what we saw the players from AGT have in the previous run. Again, they also got their hands on the Mandelbrick first. But now it's down to whether or not they are going to be the ones to eventually walk away with it, as it is currently still in their possession, but there's still a lot of time left on the clock. It could be an opportunity for NBR maybe to end up with quite a bit of a smile on their face at the end of this round.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy that both of our teams that already have a Mandelbrick are so far away from it right now. You can see them. They might actually meet up over here in this sand area or potentially over towards employee passage number 2 because they're going to have to make this rotate. You can see the same can kind of be said for Team Gotaga. They have to make this rotate over towards the center of the map as well. And it's just super, super scary to make this cross because there are so many sight lines. They're actually looking ahead, right? They're looking for some of the players ahead of them that could potentially shoot them as they cross, but they gotta actually be worried about their back. If Team AGARTHA get a little bit of information that Team Gotaga are making this cross, they would have incredible sight lines, but it was actually a well-timed cross from Team Gotaga, so they're gonna be safe and secure as they make their way to the center of the map. Now for the side of Dark Entities, they want to make initial approach towards this decoding station and start to kind of steal it back and forth. The information is in, right, with the more assault. They're going to know how many operators are in the general vicinity, but I think they're just going to go ahead and walk up to the Mandelbrick and potentially steal it.
Well, let's see if they are going to be allowed to do exactly that, as it is pretty wide open here. All right, just getting a quick, easy pickup on that as they do successfully steal it away. NBO, though, I mean, they were trying to gather information, but we didn't see any kind of contention or prevention coming through from them. Meanwhile, Genius, they are just going about the loot as they are just farming up those reds. And, yeah, Enter coming back for his pickup, using that Tempest ult to get back into safety, as this is an interesting position for them to kind of just wait out that decode, right, all the way up in the server room.
Quick important note right there. I think Enter from NBO side used that Tempest ult with armor on, so it's kind of like a full-on send. He wants to go ahead and take as many bullets as he possibly can when he goes for some of those steals, or at least that would appear to be the idea right here. But take a look at this. Team Genius, they're going to go ahead and opt to go towards employee passage number 2. But I think Team AGARTHA are going to get some free kills here. They're just kind of waiting in this building. Oh no, Team Genius. Can they find any sort of information that they need to prevent this one from happening? Wait a minute, Yaku! Wait, Yaku! Instead of waiting in the wings and just kind of waiting for Team Genius to kind of come into their open arms, into their free and waiting guns, he sends an arrow out and the information is going to be come in. Oh my gosh, Team Genius almost faced disaster, but AGT make their presence known, and they're going to go for a little bit of a different rotate here. But Team Genius, they might have an angle here. Gonna get scary.
Pretty committed push coming through from Genius. You see Chins just popping it off, trying to buy some time for Hannah Gillo to move into position here, as that is exactly what now starts to unfold here as Hannah comes through with a beautiful play up on the bridge. Does have quite a bit of a vantage point and is going to look to leverage that as best he can. Again, not the easiest clean push to pull off here. Meanwhile, is going to be Maxwell looking to step up and steal that Mandelbrick. He does so successfully, but the fight over towards the north is going to continue here as Genesis, or rather, are going to try and put quite a bit of a gap between them now and AGARTHA, right? Both teams just respecting the space here, and of course, these are both the teams that have Mandelbricks in hand. So curious to see whether or not they are going to look to maybe push up and go for a bit of a steal on that Mandelbrick.
Yeah, Team Genius are actually opting to go ahead for the longest rotate possible. You can kind of see them running all the way over towards that printing room. They're going to be using that eastern suspension bridge to go ahead and rotate. instead of opting to go ahead and take employee passage number 2, which, by the way, we can see it right now on screen. You can see Uzbishka from the side of Dark Entities. He's actually playing up here on this bridge. So this might spell disaster for the side of Dark Entities if Team Genius can kind of make this rotate and get some shots landed onto some of these members of Dark Entities. That being said, you can see Full Rate still kind of looking around. He's kind of thinking about this as a possibility. And this might end up delaying Team Genius forever if Team Dark Entities actually catch whim of them making this sort of a rotate.
That could be quite a bit of a devastating blow going over to the side there of Genius. But now it is going to be Team Gotaga that are going to be looking to step up and put their hands on that Mandelbrick, as DE is nowhere near to contest this. Flourish even also just over in that garage, so it's not going to pose any potential danger to the steal coming through here from Gotaga as they pull it off successfully. And of course, we are down to that 90-second decode. So this is where things really start to happen. As you can see, everybody just trying to peek the angles, make sure they've got a clear line of sight. But meanwhile, Yaku, though, is going to be finding some pretty big reds as well.
Still taking the time to loot. It's very, very tempting in an extraction shooter, but still kind of have this back and forth going. Typically, it's been amongst 3 teams jumping onto this Mandelbrick so far. Team Gotaga, Team NBO, and then Team Dark Entities. We're going to be seeing it here. Team NBO, we're going to go ahead and activate their Tempest ult, and they're going to go ahead and jump down. But it's going to be Maxa actually waiting in the wings this time to go ahead and deny that initial approach. And now the pressure is going to be on for the rest of the lobby, because there is only 30 seconds remaining before Team Gotaga secure this Mandelbrick. And now they're going to full send it. You can see they're investing their bodies onto the point right now. They're jumping onto it, and they're going to look to defend. They've got the Gizmo ult down and a couple of other operators to help go ahead and secure this 15 seconds. And nobody from any other team is making any sort of progress. I think this one has been conceded.
It might very well be the case here. As you can see, the timer about to run out completely, and nobody even in earshot of getting anything done with regards to that extraction. And there we go, job done. AGT though, Nast pushing up right at the very end, getting the pick up onto Vlad. And now it's gonna rely on Nox and Maxa to see if they can maybe come through with a bit of a response here. But now the focus shifts, right? Now we know there's no more Mandelbrick at play. It is time for the teams now to double down on the aggression. And actually, Gotaga look to jump ahead of AGT here if they get 2 more kills.
Yeah, a lot to be said now that we have a three-way tie amongst the Mandelbricks. Those squad points are going to become ever so more important. Trying to kind of make something happen here. Team Gotaga have done a great job of securing the Mandelbrick so far, but can they say a lot to go ahead and pick up a couple of extra points? But take a look at this. LFS Evan, he's starting to get active. He takes out one of the members of NBO. That's going to be Enter falling down, and Matthias is trying to make something happen. He finds a great couple of return shots right there on the way out from Imperator. So LFS are going to be cut down to just 2 members remaining. But Team Gotaga, Maxa joins in on the mix. He takes out one of the members of AGT, but not before Nast also takes out him. So Team Gotaga, they're going to be left to a solo. AGT down to a duo. And some of the reses are still possible.
A little bit of cleanup coming through
no
here.
way.
Ooh, Noxar on the money with the accuracy there. Just hitting absolute devastation. But of course, it's going to be put down here by Yaku as the shot comes through. And that is it. Gotaga are going to be down to 4. They got the first team to get swept away. Fortunately for them, though, they do have that brick decoding in their bag, so it is not going to be a worst case scenario for them. Now, though, the rest of the lobby can look to change up the whole point structure.
Full reset for the side of NBO. By the way, they were down to just a duo not too long ago, but the res kind of comes in. But take a look at this. Enter's trying to get active. He goes ahead and rolls on the Tempest. Some awkward kind of exchanges between the shots right there, but Sickets is going to go ahead and win this one out. But take a look at this. Team Genius, they were up there on the bridge. They have finally joined the fray here. They're trying to go ahead and pick up some of these kills because now they know the squad points are going to be the most important thing. And so far throughout the day, they have not gotten enough kills to kind of boast themselves up in that specific category. As you can see on the left side of your screen, they only have 13 total squad points. So they need to get these kills, but somehow, some way, the last two remaining members of AGT backed up into the corner of the room, actually fend off the initial push there.
Oh, great plays are coming through here. Cook trying to quickly just bring the team back on their feet. He's trying to restore the full 3Bs, but it is still pressure plays from either side. And now it's going to be Dark Entities looking to see if they can steal that res. And unfortunately, Uzbishka is going to be found and instantly dropped on down as he runs out into the open. But now it's up to the rest of the DE squad here. Can Flourish and Florate now actually do something with the position here as Florate still has a bit of ground to recover, but now comes Hannah. Gotta watch out for those utils. Beautiful nade inside the right onto Nas. And now it's gonna be Yaku coming through. Oh, the pickup from Hannah though.
Great job to play the patience game right here for the side of Team Genius. Remember, they kind of had those two members locked down, but they had a member down. They opted to go ahead and go for the res, and once they were back to a full 3-man healthy roster, that is when they decided to go ahead and expend some of the utility to flush those members out. So a great job from Team Genius to go ahead and reset and make sure they secure those 2 kills. Again, the kills are super important now that we have a 3-way tie at the top of the leaderboard for some of the mana bricks. It can kind of spell the difference at the end of the day. Oh, and I think the extract was potentially going to be looked to be pulled right here for the side of Team LFS, but because Evan dropped down, missed the mantle, and broke his legs, the timing wasn't there for him to go ahead and pull the switch, right? He just needed to kind of pull that switch before it hit the 4-minute mark. So a mere matter of seconds before that extract was going to be called in. So all of these left remaining operators on the map can only resort to the backpack extract, which means that we might see a potential brawl over that. But take a look at this. Team Genius are kind of continuing on throughout this trend here. They go ahead and take out Enter, but I believe that's going to be Enter on the back foot of the Tempest ult. That being said, Team Genius are still trying to go ahead and press the advantage. For the time being, the Tempest is going to be knocked, so they try to make something happen, but the util from the Luna is going to keep them at bay. But take a look at this. DE, oh my gosh. 2 members, Folrate and Fleric on marksman rifles, miss so many shots, and that's going to be saving grace for LFS.
Yeah, it's their lucky day indeed. I mean, I'm not quite sure what's happening there with DE. They were waiting so long to start landing those hits. Unfortunately, quick reactions coming through from LFS is going to result in them not getting anything to brag about whatsoever. But now, Evan, though, managing to kind of just fix up those kneecaps, he's going to try and sneak his way through here. They heard those shots going off. And this is LFS potentially trying to get themselves set up for that bag extraction, right, all the way down to that far southern side. Meanwhile, in server room, things are still looking pretty hot and heated as NBO are going to be fighting aggressively against the side here of Genius, and Hannah also just looking to be so problematic for.
NBO kind of backed up into the corner here. Team Genius is kind of like a trade between some of the Lunas, but oh my gosh, Team LFS have kind of joined in on the action here. It's going to be Sikkerton finding Hannah. Could spell disaster for the side of Team Genius as they're left to just 2 members remaining. We'll have to see if they can kind of try to make something happen. They're trying to pick up one of their members in the smoke, but NBO actually dropped down amongst hearing all of the audio, hearing some of the shots kind of come in. They're going to be finding some of the trades. LFS Sikkerton, he's going to go ahead and pick up Matthias, but unfortunately for him, he's going to lose his duo mate there in Evan, and now Sikkerton is going to be left as a duo as well alongside Imperator. I'm hearing a res kind of come out, and oh my gosh, a quick peek from the side of Kalo. He's going to be hitting some great shots, but Cook is going to be there to kind of save the day for NBO, or at least for the time being, as Fleric is going to try to go ahead and apply some pressure and deny these reses.
Ooh. Cook getting cooked as Flourish just pushes on through here. Stickerson now going to try and see if there's anything that he could potentially do, as they have still not really fully committed to doing anything with regards to that extract whatsoever. I mean, they are the team that is the closest to it, but with time now starting to run out, I'm not quite sure if that is even going to be a feasible choice here for them. Meantime, it is just between these 2 squads, right? DE and LFS. But look at the setup here from Stickinson. He does find a full right here ahead of him. Ooh, nice little bit of the grenade spray, though. Not going to find the necessary damage, but it does get really close to full rate as he has to now patch himself up. And this is going to be Imperator just going straight for that extract. Took him a hot minute, but eventually he gets the job done and does pull a little bit of value for his team.
Yeah. Backpack airstrike is going to be secured there for Imperator, and Flarik and Fuller. It's going to try to go ahead and combine their forces here to take out the last remaining member of Team LFS. Stickerton, I don't know if he's going to be interested in even giving them the opportunity. He barely makes it around that corner to go ahead and deny the kill there for the side of Dark Entities. But a crazy one here in game number 5. We kind of had a Mandelbrick come through and be secured when there was like 9 minutes remaining on that Space City game. So pretty much an early capture right there for the side of Team Gotaga. And this is where things start to get crazy. I mean, game number 4, we could have ended the competition early. Game number 5, we could have done the same thing. But going into game number 6, we are not done just yet. We're going to have 3 teams on match point with a Mandelbrick of their own.
Yeah, and so it is going to be of the utmost importance to see somebody look to lock that thing down. But Team Gotaga, they are going to be our best team here in round number 5, walking away with that 1 operator kill, a successful play as well. And of course, this is exactly what they needed, right? To add them to the board, getting that Mandelbrick decoded securely. Assets, again, not too crazy, right? Nothing major to write home about here. You know what? At the end of the day, it is going to be those Mandelbricks that count the most. So good setup going through from them. That is going to mean that they will have to look to apply quite a bit of pressure coming into that next round. For them, they won't have a Tempest to play with. So I'm curious to see exactly how they are going to look to kind of navigate their way through that.
Yeah, this is where it can kind of pan out for some of those teams that opted to not invest some of their Tempest in game number 5 there. But again, Team Gotaga are going to be your breadwinners there, picking up the Mandelbrick of their own on the back foot of only 1 singular kill for them. Team AGARTHA are doing great, by the way. Remember, they're going to be amongst those 3 teams with a Mandelbrick of their own, and the fact that they continuously pick up some of these kills after the great last game that they had is going to keep them in contention for some of those squad points for the top of the leaderboard. Let's go ahead and take a look at some of the individual performances for some of our players. Our round 5 top killers, it's actually going to be Flarik up there with 3 of his own, joined by a member of Team Genius. It's going to be Kalo with 2 and Cook as well with 2. And some of our top damage dealers as well. NBO, Matthias, 745, 600 around about for Nas, and then 600 around about for Hannah as well.
Yeah, some pretty consistent flows with regards to the damage they've been able to secure. But of course, it comes as no surprise looking at how much of a fight we saw erupting in those narrow corridors. But at the end of the day, right, the assist also going to be absolutely essential for these teams to lock in those kills. You can see Hannah, Matthias, and Enter all walking away with 2 each. So a very strong contribution. A lot of teamwork coming in across the board. But for number 1, it does seem like they've been really cooking it up here. Speaking about assets, though, it's going to be AGT Yaku that is going to be the player with the highest value brought in from this round here. Hannah, Maxa also bringing up their own respective positions. But again, right, such a tough room to play through. And again, the round just proving to be so dang challenging. But at the end of the day, there is going to be only 1 MVP. Dark Entities of Flarik is going to be walking away with that award here with 3 operator kills and only 288 damage.
Still a lot of work to be done here for the side of Dark Entities. We know that they are, of course, not amongst one of our 3 teams with a Mandelbrick of their own, which is going to spell disaster in terms of their efforts of being towards the top of the leaderboard. But still, a potential of 2 games left remaining, a potential to go ahead and end things early here in game number 6, which is what we saw yesterday, a potential little repeat, or we could go all the way to game number 7. I'm excited to kind of see how this one plays out.
Yeah, I'm expecting that round 6 potential steal to come in, right? Hoping to see one of the 3 teams stepping up to the plate, showing us what they've got. But of course, there's only one way for us to get there. But before we do anything, right, Be sure to follow the Delta Force Esports socials if you've not done so already. You can also go to the website and check out the new esports tab that they've added in. If you're watching on Twitch, you can just scroll down into the panels, click either on the EMEA one, which is this event, or go over to the Americas, which will give you all the details for the other region as well. So quite a lot of info available for you if you dare to click on those links. But in the meantime, though, of course, this is going to be us then. We are going to be hopping into a quick break, and we'll see you back on the other side.
Two members, now the odds are in their favor, 2v1. Everything getting spammed away, and MT getting a little... So hang on a second, NL! Look at that, it's an absolute sweat! This... And LG's got it, though, they're here, lines them up, even through the shot, you're nuts! For the last remaining 3 BOV, they find 2 instant knocks, the Elm's gonna be hopping off to that.
Smoke hands over Asera. The situation's reaching a breaking point. Time to bring in the experts. Team Rainbow has touched down in Asera. New ground? Not sure where to start? Search containers. Grab high-value loot.
I hear when I can and stop threats when I must.
Take down anyone in your way. Heavy fire, raise your shield, and hold the line. Don't forget your tactical gear. The gripple gun. Enemy here! Taking fire? Pull out the Hive-Tac pistol. Patch yourself up. Keep your squad in the fight.
Call if you need a hand.
Outnumbered? Drop the jammer.
말보다는 행동이지.
Go dark. Strike first.
I've seen real horror.
Looks like they were waiting for us. No pressure. Trust your aim. Learn the map. Stay with your squad. Team Rainbow brings tactics built for close calls in Delta Force. That means sharper plays, smarter fights, and operator-on-operator mind games. All right, it's go time. Extract safely, and everything you learn comes with you. New operation, new look. During the event, Noxus Vigil Bundle, Suniva's Montaigne Bundle, and Stinger Stock Bundle. Pick any 2 of the 3 operator bundles for free. More collab rewards awaiting. Open an Alpha pack and try your luck. In Asera, the right weapon can turn the tide. Black Eyes, one of Rainbow Six Siege's most iconic weapon appearances, gets a new Delta Force tape. Complete event missions and choose one of 2 Black Eyes collab bundles for free. Join the event to claim the MP5 submachine gun Black Eyes, plus more rewards. Wait, what's this? Team Rainbow left something behind in Asera? A collectible drone you can deploy. Deploy it and see what you can uncover. July 10th to July 23rd, play to earn the K437 assault rifle Domineering. Looks like we're fully loaded for this operation. That's the full rundown on the Delta Force Rainbow Six Siege collaboration. Remember the rules: sharp aim, map knowledge, and teamwork. The mission: breach in, extract out.
time to strike is now. Do not let me down, operator.
Decoding has begun. Defend the area.
Is about to take the first hit to bring up the tournament. And they're going to do it.
What goes around, comes around.
Oh, I'm not gonna do very much though. You get barrel stuff. Skydie is getting aggressive.
See what I did there? You ain't seen nothing yet.
Let's knock them off their feet.
There we go. Much damage, and there it is.
We are back with the Delta Force Rise Series Day 3, getting ready to head over into round number 6. This is the round that could end it all, as we'll take a look at those leaderboards very soon. 3 teams are sitting with Mandelbrick in tow, and this could mean that the next round is the one to end it for the day here. AGARTHA sitting with a very comfortable 24 squad points, and Team Gotaga just 1 point behind them. The only differentiating factor there is going to be those supply points.
Yeah, 100%. We kind of started to talk about it, man. The race is going to be on amongst some of the first teams that are going to be tied in that Mandelbrick category. A lot of work for Team Genius to be done if they want to go ahead and win out in terms of those squad points when they're going up against the likes of Team AGARTHA and Team Gotaga. But no matter how this leaderboard looks right now, no matter what team you are rooting for, no matter where they currently stand on the leaderboard, any single one of our teams can end up winning this thing. With a possibility of playing 2 more games, that leaves it up to these teams to have the opportunity to still yet and secure 2 total Mandelbricks. We're going to be jumping into game number 6 here. And again, now that we have 3 total teams on this little bit of a match point because they have 1 singular Mandelbrick of their own, the possibilities that we end here have, of course, increased, but they are not 0 and they are not 100% neither. Any one of our teams can still win, but I'm looking at Dark Entities. I'm looking at Team Genius. Both of these teams still have a Tempest available. And I got to mention, I'm kind of favoring Team Genius right now. Remember, they did something a little bit nuanced earlier on in the day. They pulled out their Tempest on the back foot of them, bringing in a bunch of gold armor onto that Brakkesh map. That's when they picked up their first mana brick. Now, they're going to be one of only 2 left remaining teams with that Tempest, which means that they need to be in the mix of this mana brick. Game number 5 for Team Genius, it was very, very quiet in terms of them actually making their way over to the decoding station and being involved. We need to see something different here in game number 6 from them.
Yeah, but I mean, of course, if you remember yesterday also, right, we ended on game number 6. So there is going to be an interesting setup coming through here to see whether or not Team Genius can look to replicate a few things across the board here. So I'm really looking forward to seeing what they'll be bringing in. And as you've mentioned, coming through with one of only 2 Tempests into this next round, this is the setup that Team Genius is going to look to play for.
Without a doubt, we'll have to kind of jump into things and see which one of our teams are going to pick up some of those Tier 1 spawns and take a look at this Team Genius. They get the Westgate spawn, which is, of course, going to be a Tier 1 spawn, but oh my gosh, a little bit of a mistake here from Team Genius early on is starting to spell disaster, and our Team Genius is out of the competition already. LFS with a great couple of lineups to be found, great couple of shots, and a great couple of pieces of utility. They land right on the Team Genius, and we were calling for it. We needed them to be in the mix, but you can't get into the mix if you're wiped out in the first 30 seconds.
I mean, that is absolutely brutal coming through on Genius. Well, at least now they tried all they can, right? I mean, there's not much left to happen for them here. So it's all going to rely on Team D, at least, to see whether or not they can get their Tempest to actually step up and play. But NBO, absolute menaces as well. So really looking forward to seeing how this one is going to play out. But looking at the gear setup, I mean, even though the players there from Genius came in with a full gold setup, they didn't get to use any of it.
Super unfortunate. Yeah, it felt like they had kind of saved everything up here for game number 6. Armor, the Tempest pick, everything. And to go out that early and kind of have to just wait in the wings and see how this one kind of pans out. I mean, think about it. Team Genius, they might not get to play again today. If one of our 2 teams there towards the top, Team Gotaga or Team AGT, are able to go ahead and close this thing out. Take a look at this. Chuba, an early mistake here. He tries to jump onto the Mandelbrick. He's not going to be in a Tempest ult either, so Full Rate is going to be making him pay for that mistake, kind of just spraying into the smoke. And early on here, both of, or not, I shouldn't say both, but 2 of our 3 teams with a Mandelbrick captured with some early mistakes. It's not looking good for us to kind of end things here early in game number 6. A lot of opportunity for the likes of NBO, DE, and LFS.
Great opportunity for them to try and step it up and see what they can bring on forward. AGARTHA, though, they've made a pretty good recovery throughout the day here, right? As we remember, back on their first day of play, they ended at the bottom of the board. Currently, they find themselves up in that second place, so quite a bit of a comeback story here from them. Now it's going to be up to see whether or not they can actually live to sustain any kind of momentum here, as we do see Maxa finding himself just over $1 million's worth of value, picking up a glorious red there. Was that 2? Did he just find... Oh no, that was 1. The graphic just stayed on screen for a little while. I almost thought he found 2 of those back to back.
Yeah, those big reds might start to come into play here. As a quick reminder to everybody at home, the squad points kind of work as a tiebreaker when a couple of teams or more are tied in the Mandelbrick category. Squad points are picked up through kills, which nets you 1 singular squad point for every single kill that you get. But then every 2 mil in total stash value that you have is worth 1 single point as well. So finding reds that are basically worth half a point could kind of spell the difference, especially when you take a look at the total score on the left side of your screen. You could see Team Gotaga are just a single point ahead of Team AGARTHA in terms of that squad point category. That being said, I mean, Team Gotaga have got to be feeling great right now, because remember, in the group standing leaderboard, they are second place. They have 9 total points, and they currently sit in first place. So if they're able to go ahead and pick up first or second place today, they're gonna stay towards the top of that leaderboard for sure.
Yeah, it's going to be very difficult to get them to move from that position. But I'm looking at LFS, though, right? They've been just capitalizing on so much here. They already sit with 5.4 mil in the bag. Not quite sure where they found all of those things, but you know what? They are definitely trying to keep themselves just out of the firing line for the time being. In the meantime, we can't say exactly the same here for AGT, as they are finding themselves in a bit of a back and forth between the side of DE. It is going to be AGARTHA now trying to recover their teammate. Going to leave the Mandelbrick just on the edge there for the time being, but this opens up the opportunity here for DE to see if they could maybe look to contest. Not going to be a full aggressive send either which way. I like this defensive angle here from Yaku. Just going to be trying to keep DE at bay for long enough so that Chuba can be brought back onto his feet. And now, this is where things could look to change up yet again. AGT, they could put their hands on that Mandelbrick, and that is exactly what they do.
Oh no, Ushbishka is going to be in the Tempest right here. He hears the Mandelbrick kind of get picked up right in front of his eyes, but the smokes are out. He's trying to make something happen. He's trying to spray and pray, but it's going to be Nas who actually stuck behind and is able to go ahead and thwart the pressure of Ushbishka in that Tempest. Somehow, some way, to Team AGARTHA run down to the Mandelbrick. They pick up the res. They pick up Chuba, who was laying in the absolute open. Right after they get the res, they jump onto the Mandelbrick, they pick it up, and now they're going to be in full control as they have the decoding station right next to them.
Bricks being decoded. The competition is from decoding.
Absolute cinema coming through here from them, but now, oh, NBO running straight into the the firing line here of LFS. We've actually seen the zip line being camped so many times, and no difference this round either. As you can see, a quick play coming through from Evan, just popping over the top here with those D-Wolf nades. Looking to see if he can find maybe a little bit of something. Meanwhile, NBR are going to use this opportunity to get themselves reset and realigned for this engagement. But they're going to have to do something, right? If they want to push up from that far southern side, they're going to have to get very creative as to how they look to contest LFS here.
As a quick reminder, Team AGARTHA are currently in control of the mana brick. They already have a mana brick. They're on match point right now. So if 3 minutes goes by and nobody kind of contests this, then Team AGARTHA are going to win. They're going to be in first place at the end of the day. And coming into today, we said, Team AGARTHA, you guys got to make something happen because they got 0 points when they played last. So they were actually in 12th place on the group stage leaderboard. So this would be a huge win for them, kind of help them out on those overall standings. That being said, still a lot of work to be done. All of our teams left in the lobby are going to turn their attention over towards this mana brick very, very soon. Team LFS, Team DE, and Team NBO, all 3 still left alive, have yet to capture a mana brick, which means that they're towards the bottom of the leaderboard for today. If you're towards the bottom of the leaderboard, if you're in 6th place, you get 0 points on the day. If you're in 5th, you get 1, and if you're in 4th, you get 2. So all 3 of these teams, I mean, yeah, 5th and 6th, you get a point or 2 here or there, but it's really nothing compared to, you know, if you're in 1st place, you can get 8.
Yeah, you can get 8, you can get 10 even if you walk away with a double brick, right? So there is quite a bit of opportunity available to them. And I mean, Gotaga know exactly how that feels because they do have 10 points on the board. So quite a bit of a setup that they are going to be looking to play through here. But it is going to be Cook now getting absolutely mauled up by the Sharks. Down in the drink they are. In fact, wait, that is Gotaga with 9 points. I just double checked the overall leaderboard. It was Genius, right? Genius is our first team out of here that are coming into the games here today. With 10 points on the overall. But now the pressure over to the Mandelbrick is going to start to make its way on in. DE is going to try their hand at stealing it. They do successfully do so. Taking yet another swing at the action here, but as Bishka, they're going to look to make a little bit of chaos erupt as Evan also now steps up, and essentially the 3 teams that have not yet had the opportunity to get that decode is going to be looking to make quite a bit of noise over in this area. Team Gotaga, though, is getting closer and closer. But again, interesting tactic coming through from the teams that do get those decoding stolen, right? They move in, they press the button, and then they just run out of there like something is going to happen.
It was actually super crazy how that one worked out. The Allura from the side of AGT was trying to throw a Molotov, and as it was like about to leave his hand, he got disarmed by the Tempest. So he couldn't actually throw the Molotov to actually deny some of those deals from actually coming in. If he would have gotten that Molotov off, I would imagine that AGT probably would have potentially remained in control of it. But AGT are, of course, going to be interested in trying to make something happen. With that being said, though, it's going to be difficult for them. Because as you can see, just a staircase away, just a floor below them is going to be Team Gotaga trying to go ahead and make something happen here, trying to push AGT off of some of these angles.
If only Vlad could send the shot through that bulletproof glass. It really makes things a lot easier. Wait, he just moved out. He was perfectly in line of sight of Gouda there. Chuba, and Chuba didn't react to him whatsoever. Very interesting play here. I get to see they're on the other side of the glass. Okay, that makes a whole lot more sense. I was about to say, like, how can you just sit there and stare at somebody? You're not doing anything, especially when the stakes are as high as they are right now. But it is going to be the side of NBO also trying to push up the ramp. Unfortunately, not going to be able to take down that rocket before it does let loose of the incendiaries. But AGT, they are just going to be patiently waiting in the corner. And I mean, a lot more of a strategic position being played by so many of our squads here.
All right, the pressure is in. 50 seconds remaining for the side of LFS is able to go ahead and secure this mana brick. A couple of teams are going to be interested in preventing this one from happening. I think DE might be the team with the best chance because they're going to be having that Tempest. You can see that alt is currently popped for the side of Ubishka, and he's going to be jumping on this decoding station completely uncontested, by the way. Not a single piece of utility from any one of our other teams actually was thrown to go ahead and to try to deny him from capturing that one. You got to imagine for any of the other teams outside of Team Team LFS, they don't actually want to throw utility at him to kind of stop him from capturing that because there's only 30 seconds remaining. So they wanted him to go ahead and stop that one from kind of being in control of the side of Team LFS. But for the two teams left remaining on the map right now, AGT and Team Gotaga, they were kind of going head to head. They were kind of pittering and pattering back and forth with some utility in that little bit of a 3v3 on that upper floor of the centrifuge building. But take a look at this. Some of the trades start to come in. That's going to be Uzbisha going down on the back foot of Yaku, picking him up, but not before he's able to go ahead and take out Chuba. Where's the help actually from the side of DE? I actually think the res is starting to come in, so that's where the help is at. Full rate is going to be picking up the res there and trying to make something happen now. AGT, take a look at this. Yaku's going to be low, and Chuba still has to be res. Can Dark Entities actually apply enough pressure to go ahead and deny this res from coming in? But with the Molotov landing, I don't know if they're going to be able to make anything happen. And sure enough, Nast picks up Chuba. So AGT are going to be back to a 3-man healthy roster, but Dark Entities still might be interested in trying to go ahead and press the advantage.
Well, so far, AGT is doing a pretty good job at just keeping Dark Entities at bay, but there's even more teams now looking to step up to it. As you can see, NBO up top. Cook is going to be just locking down that decode station, trying to defend it as best he can. Yaku, though, patiently waiting a little peek there to come through. Utilities getting split all over the place. Now it is going to be chaos up top as LFS is going to be pushing onto the drop, and a good play with that molly, preventing Enter from disrupting the decoders. LFS now steals it away. NBO don't have to try and work so hard to recover that position. But look at this team. Gotaga are going to look to step up as well. Matthias now getting met with a rocket. Down he goes. Absolute quick reactions. And that is a brutal finish.
Yeah, sometimes that's all it takes from some of these Allure players. They land a couple of shots. They know the player is weak, and they have so much utility to go ahead and help them finish off some of the kills. LFS are currently in control of the Mandelbrick, but there's only 1 minute left remaining before they actually gain control of it, before they go ahead and seize it. Team Gotaga, they're going to have to run out here. Remember, no Tempest ult is going to be available, but absolute disaster for the team that has current control over the Mandelbrick as a flank actually comes in. That's going to be Uzbishka finding the angle right here, but take a look at this. A full send from Team Gotaga to try to fight for ramp control, but NBO, Enter, is going to be picking up a couple of kills, as is Cook, and yeah, they're only going to be left with 1 member remaining, but the full wipe is in from the side of Team Gotaga. But take a look at this. Uzbishka was trying to make something happen here on the back foot of him, finding that initial knock onto the side of LFS, but Stickinson is going to go ahead and return the favor right there. And now LFS, amongst all of the chaos, they haven't been fully wiped off the map, which means that the Mandelbrick is still in full control. Enter does not run towards the Mandelbrick, does not run towards the decoding station, and I think LFS, with Stickinson still left alive and only 5 seconds left remaining, they might gain control of this, but Chuba might make it in time. We'll have to see if he jumps in, and he does. He disrupts the decode by jumping on and stealing it right there. Great heads up play from Chuba to go ahead and prevent that one. Stickinson with a mere seconds before the clutch of a lifetime. But AGARTHA, interested in ending things early here in game number 6. They make their way over to the decoding station with literally no time to spare.
I mean, talk about it being brutal. The clock just absolutely going all over the place as we have under a minute left. And this could be in the bag here, right? AGARTHA could be the team to walk away with a smile on their face, as they could be wrapping up the day, and they are now just trying to lock it down, as Dark Entity is going to try and maybe disrupt this. NBO also going to be trying to push off the edge, but if anybody wants to actually successfully walk away with that Mandelbrick, they're going to have to be very quick on those plays. Up comes the send here. Big disruptions erupting all over the place, and this is high pressure from DE as they now take charge of the Mandelbrick. AGARTHA quick under the pressure here as they do find Uzbishka, just looking to alleviate a little bit of that, and we've got just under a minute left for anybody to successfully walk away with this Mandelbrick.
Yeah, we'll have to keep a close eye on whether or not that 90-second timer for the Mandelbrick decode actually comes into play here. If our match timer does not necessarily allot for it, right? If our match timer gets below 90 seconds, and one more steal kind of comes in after that, and it's going to be all said and done. But AGT with a full-on recovery here. They're back to 3 operators up. Enter is going to try to make something happen here. You can see him kind of creeping around from the doorway right there. Also, Full Rate is kind of in a little bit of a creepy position, but 15 seconds left to work with. before any one of our teams has to jump on the decode if they want to go ahead and seal it. I think Shuba's going to make an absolute dash for it. You can see him on your map right here. He's trying to run through the smokes, but full right in a great position to go ahead and deny that. And with that being said and done, I think DE are going to be the only team that can actually go ahead and secure this one, because our match timer has went ahead and went below 90 seconds remaining. Full rate did his job. He did put on a great effort to go ahead and secure that mana brick, and 10 seconds left remaining. Somebody from one of these teams has to go ahead and deny it. No, they don't even have to jump on it, because take a look at this. DE have been wiped from the map. AGT with 2 members left remaining. They did a great job at denying all of our teams from gaining control of that mana brick. Unfortunately for them, there's not enough time remaining in the match itself for them to go ahead and end things here. They're on match point, and if there was just, what, 25 seconds remaining in the match, they could actually end things here in game number 6, but not enough time remains. The team AGT do the job that they wanted. They deny the brick from being captured, which is a win condition for them as it currently stands.
Yeah, I mean, it's so unfortunate to see AGT not managing to get that initial successful extraction going, but LFS still in this round. So Stickinson can still maybe do a little bit of something here. Of course, the Mandelbrick is not going to matter at this point, but there's still 2 points potentially up for grabs here for AGT, and 1 point, or 2 points rather, up for LFS, and 1 point coming through for the side here of AGARTHA. So let's see who is going to walk away with that. It's both sides now just look to camp it off. You got Nas on the one side, Yaku on the other. Out comes the Allura Rockets, just trying to do a little bit of some here, but there we go. The round is over, and a big denial coming through from the side of AGT to make sure that nobody other than them gets that final brick.
That being said, we're going to go the distance. We're going to go all the way to game number 7. Operator pools are going to be reset. One of our mana bricks does not get captured, so we'll go into game number 7 with, again, 3 teams on a single mana brick. But as it currently stands, that is a win condition for the side of Team AGARTHA. We kind of saw a similar play style from Team Gotaga on day number 1, where they had a single mana brick and they had so many squad points that nobody could kind of beat them on the tiebreaker. So what they did was they just kind of played to deny the mana brick from being captured, because if no team now makes their way to 2 mana bricks and Team AGARTHA are in the lead with squad points, then they will end up in first place without a doubt, just simply based on the fact that they're going to win the tiebreaker outside of the category of mana bricks alone. But our best team there is actually going to be our team in last place, surprisingly enough. It's going to be Team LFS. We kind of saw it. They were so close to actually securing that mana brick when Stickinson kind of stayed alive as that solo. But unfortunately for them, Chuba was able to kind of jump on to the mana brick and deny them from seizing it. It was about a half second or a second remaining before they were going to go ahead and pick up that mana brick. But our best team just on the back foot of them, picking up 5 total kills.
Yeah, 5 total kills indeed there, as you can see. Looking pretty decent, but that puts them all the way in 3rd for this round here. AGARTHA, though, is going to be walking away with 4. Not as much, though. Dark Entities also with 4 in the back. Number 1 with 4 in the back. So a few teams really hitting exceptionally hard. And unfortunately, as we saw right at the start of this round, Genius getting absolutely swept away right there at the West Gate. But it means that Stickinson is going to be our top kill, coming through with those glorious 3 points to his name. Uzbishka and, of course, Fullright also be picking it up there for Dark Entity.
Yeah, some great stuff here for some of our individuals. Let's go ahead and take a look at the top damage dealers as well. Almost, I mean, this spread here is very, very close. About 50 damage kind of separates our top 3 damage dealers. Dickinson's going to be in first place, though, with 775. A single less damage, less there for Team Enter, or Enter himself with 774. Some of the assists kind of flying in. A 3-way tie here, as 2 is going to be picked up by Enter, Yaku, and Evan. But yeah, man, game 6 on Space City, absolutely crazy. I thought it was going to be said and done. I thought there was enough control from Team AGT multiple times throughout the one to kind of end it there in game number 6. But what better way to kind of end the day and end the first weekend of the Rise series to kind of go the distance, go to game number 7. I think Maxo was able to go ahead and pick up so many assets, 1.3 million, because of that red that he found earlier on, which again, we mentioned it, that might be the difference maker when we do get an opportunity to take a look at the leaderboard.
Yeah, everything has value in here, right? So you just got to figure out what is going to bring the necessary value for you here. But it is going to be Stickinson that is our MVP. And I almost thought that was a picture of him on the other side as well. Kind of just flipped around. It does look very, very similar. So yeah, nice coincidence going through there for Stickinson. But good work being done. 3 operator kills, just over 700 damage to close that one glorious assist as well. And as you said it right, we are going to go the full distance all the way to round 7 to see which team is going to be the team to potentially get a double brick play, or will we have 5 or 4 teams walking away with those bricks in hand? I mean, what a sweaty day it has been so far, but of course we need to get into that final round to see what it will have for us. And that means it is breakdown. See you guys back in a short few.
Two members, now the odds are in their favor, 2v1. Everything getting spammed away, and MT getting a little... So hang on a second, NL! Look at that! It's an absolute sweat! This... And LG's got it, though. They're here. Lines them up, even through the shot. You're nuts! For the last remaining 3 BOV, they find 2 instant knocks. The Elm's gonna be hopping off that.
No legal responsibility.
But the data, this doesn't add up.
Just do what the AI says.
Priority. Protect company assets. Valve closed.
You destroyed our home!
That dream again.
Gabriel Mercier, codenamed N2, role, engineer. As a former nuclear facility engineer, N2 was removed from his position following a major incident that escalated into legal proceedings. He later returned to military service and was reassigned to Arctic deployment under CBR and related units. With the originally designated technical specialist unable to fulfill operational requirements, and following assessment review, N2 has been approved as a replacement operator for the subsequent operation.
Stun out. Throwing stun. Stun hit. Freeze right there. It's getting cold.
N2 is equipped with a modified grenade launcher, capable of firing up to 6 LN2 grenades. Upon impact, each round detonates and releases a burst of cryogenic gas, dealing area damage and significantly impairing enemy mobility. Sustained hits can fully immobilize targets through extreme low temperature exposure.
Cold. I can go colder.
find and stop them. Mandelbrick decoded. Nice work, operator.
The time to strike is now. Do not let me down, operator.
Decoding has begun. Defend the area.
Is about to take the first hit to bring up the tournament. And they're going to do it.
What goes around, comes around.
Not gonna do very much though. You get barrel stuff. Skitey is getting aggressive.
See what I did there? You ain't seen nothing yet.
Let's knock them off their feet.
There we go. Much damage, and there it is.
Day 3 for the Delta Force EMEA Rise Series is going all the way to round number 7. We don't know where we're going. Are we going to Space City? Are we going to Brakkesh? It could be either or. Of course, the team in last position gets to decide where we go to wrap up the day here. But as we've seen, it has been an absolutely brutal day. AGARTHA, Team Gotaga, and Genius find themselves with Mandelbricks in hand. Genius getting just wiped out at the start of the previous round, being absolutely denied any opportunity to increase their overall point situation. So Vivid, this is where it all boils down to, right? Looking to see what the teams are going to be bringing into our final round of day number 3.
Yeah, you can see anybody is still really a threat for this overall leaderboard. If Team LFS are able to go ahead and pick up the Mandelbrick, they'll jump into 3rd place because Team Genius only have 14 squad points. Team Dark Entities could potentially jump up to 2nd place. Team number 1 would be 1st place if they're able to pick up a Mandelbrick of their own. But still an opportunity for any of our top 3 teams with a Mandelbrick of their own to without a doubt secure 1st place. There's actually a couple of ways that those teams could go ahead and do that, just simply based on the squad points. If one of the other teams with a Mandelbrick is not able to go ahead and secure a 2nd one of their own. But I feel like Team AGARTHA, it looks like, to me at least, 2nd place at a bare minimum has almost been secured for them. They just got to continue to play like they have been throughout the day. But unfortunately for Team Genius, man, that tiebreaker is not looking good for them. And by the way, now that we have made it all the way to game number 7, our last place team, Team LFS, all the way down there, had the opportunity to go ahead and pick between the maps of Brakkesh and Space City. They have actually opted into Space City once more, so we'll be making our way over there for the last game of the day. And here's a look at our operator pool. Everything is greenlit. You can pick whatever comp you want, because as we make our way to game number 7, the operator pool gets fully reset. You are no longer restricted. Of course, you can only bring in still 2 of one singular operator, but those options are just opened back up.
That is going to crack open a whole new world of excitement here as the teams are going to be looking to step up to the plate. But another interesting thing that we saw is going to be the operator decisions the teams will be making here, right? Are they going to go for that potential double loadout, or will we see every team just rocking that one single Tempest? That is going to be the big determining factor that we'll be looking at here. But when we look at the teams that could be looking to step up in this next round, it is going to be a pretty tough one. Of course, we've got 3 squads with those Mandelbricks in hand, but then of course there's also number 1. They have the highest squad points on the board right now out of these 6 teams. So if they manage to sneak in a Mandelbrick, that could be them just catapulted up into pole position.
100%. It'll be great to kind of see which one of our teams opt to go ahead and play the normal comp that we are kind of used to seeing on a map like Space City. Is it just going to be a bunch of Stinger, Luna, and Tempest, or is somebody going to come out with something that we are necessarily not expecting? We've seen it before where teams actually don't opt into the Tempest. They opt for something a little bit more defensive, but our questions will be answered very shortly as our players have all readied up. And we're going to be jumping in to the last game of not only the day, but also the first weekend of the group stage here for the Rise Series. As a quick reminder, this is a 5-week long series. So if you've enjoyed the action this weekend, be sure to tune in for the next 4 Friday, Saturday, and Sundays, because there will be competition going on both the EMEA region and the Americas region just a little bit later. But taking a look at some of the early spawns here, Team AGT, they've gotten the dormitory spawn. But take a look at this. Team Gotaga, they've picked up this tier 1 spawn, and they're doing a similar strategy like they did earlier on. They're just kind of waiting in the wings. They're not actually running over to the west gate because they don't want to be on the receiving end of all of this utility from the likes of Yaku and the Luna.
Yeah, first they want to try and clean it up before they even consider going in that direction, and it is going to be absolute chaos and mayhem. As you can see, they are playing for a match point alongside the players from Genius and AGT. So this is exactly the kind of pacing and aggression that you need to bring through, right? Straight up contesting the team that is standing between you and a potential position at the top of the board here. But in the meantime, that Mandelbrick is about to be picked up. As you can see, Genius and the Dark Entity moving right into position. LFS coming in hot behind them there. So expect quite a bit of a brawl to erupt as the teams are going to get this party underway.
By the way, there is a Tempest featured on every single one of our teams. A Luna on 5 of them. Team Genius have opted to not go for a Luna or a Stinger. They've actually opted for a Tempest, a D-Wolf, and a Morris right there. So a pretty odd comp in terms of its complexity there in its entirety. Team Genius have kind of been playing some of these nuanced comps throughout the entirety of the day, but finally Team Gotaga feel like they have a clear and clean opportunity to go ahead and run through the west gate. They feel like all of the utility has been dodged, and it has indeed. A little bit of a wise strategy here from Team Gotaga. We actually just saw last game what kind of happens if you get too hasty towards that Westgate area. We saw Team Genius kind of wiped off instantly as a result of that. But the 16-minute mark has happened on this match, right? 2 minutes have kind of surpassed, so the temp results are going to become available. It's going to be LFS. It's going to be Evan getting early access to that. But unfortunately for him, he's going to be taken out by Ushbiska, who's going to be on the Tempest of his own. And amongst some of the chaos, it's going to be forward finding Kalo there to go ahead and defend this position of Ushbiska. And now the side of Dark Entities, they have control of the mana brick. Are they going to take this one all the way over towards this backpack area decoding station?
It could very well be the case here, but of course they've not fully committed to heading in any direction. They just want to firstly make sure that they can successfully leave, right? Otherwise, it doesn't matter that they have the Mandelbrick on them. But now Fnatic is just going to be trying to keep a little bit of suppression going here. Imperator is going to be locking it down though, so they can't just full on send it forward. They are going to be quite exposed, but it is going to be go time as the tank rolls up on him. Oh.
A huge assist for Ushbishka and Dark Entities right there. As soon as the spray starts to come in from the side of Imperator, the tank rolls in, and not only does he get the knock, he actually gets the full finish there, unfortunately. But Team LFS, they'll be fine. They'll have plenty of space and opportunity to go ahead and get that res in. But for the side of Dark Entities, they finally went ahead and made that very difficult cross against that rotate that requires you to kind of storm that open courtyard. And this is actually something that I was talking to Poach about a little bit. He said that, you know, he sees some of these teams make their way over to this decoding station all the way to the south side. He doesn't like this forward position from where like Fleric and Fullright are playing, right? Because he feels like, and we have seen it sometimes just not work out, he feels like you're just playing too far forward. There's too many angles that you're exposed to when you're up here on this bridge. Like, think about it. You've got to worry about the team that can potentially come over from Hudson, which is going to be Team Gotaga. If they take that zip line across, they're going to have clear sight lines over the course of that whole bridge. But then obviously you're going to have to worry about the team coming from assembly room as well. Just two different angles, and then potentially a third kind of coming up from the underside of the bridge. And that being said, as I was kind of talking about it, we saw a great retreat actually happen from Fleric. He is going to retreat all the way to the southern side and play pretty defensively. So I like to kind of see that little bit of an adjustment.
Yeah, I agree with you. It makes a lot more sense to put your eggs in the basket that you can actually see, as opposed to kind of spreading your eggs out into the neighbor's farm and all that jazz, right? It just makes it that much more difficult to get your hands on it. But we do see Genius, though, snagging a big old red helmet over there. 1.4 mil going in their direction, so they are going to have a pretty glorious position to be in as they sit with 2.2 mil in profits in the early stages of this match.
Team Gotaga, actually, they felt pretty safe about taking that one, and I thought they were going to be safe as well, but Ushbishka was actually paying attention to that one. He landed a couple shots, but not before a couple made their way over to him as well. All right, the pressure is starting to build here. 2 minutes before Dark Entities go ahead and secure this Mandelbrick. I would imagine that at some point it does get contested, but if it doesn't, then they would go ahead and claim this one and potentially jump all the way up to second place. That being said, they're trying to go ahead and deny some of these initial entry points from some of the Tempest. Reminder, every single one of our teams has a Tempest, so this is going to be a constant battle between whoever has control of the Mana Brick and all of the other teams trying to send their ultimates in. That being said, take a look at where all of our teams are currently positioned. LFS is actually the only team that looks close enough to go ahead and even utilize that Tempest Assault to send it towards the decoding station, because some of our other teams have kind of been delayed a little bit on some of the rotations. So now we're down to sub 90 seconds before Dark Entities claim this Mana Brick.
But I think in some way, Dark Entities actually find themselves in a very strong setup here, right? Yes, we do see the players there from Team Gotaga slowly creeping up on them, right? You got Vlad right on the bridge alongside them, but based on how the other teams are situated, there's going to be a lot of crossfighting for anybody to actually get their hands on that next Mandelbrick. So LFS could be caught in quite a bit of that crossfire as well, and Dark Entities could just sit back and just keep that defensive angle so tightly locked in. Speaking of which, though, look at Yaku just reaching across the way. AGT trying to push in all the way from that far edge position. They still have to get over the drawbridge, but this is where things could take quite a bit of a turn now.
Yeah, it looks like Team Gotaga are going to be the only team that is going to be potentially close enough to go ahead and jump onto this decoding station. I mean, maybe the side of NVO here, if they're able to go ahead and send their ultimate as well. But take a look at this. Ushbishka is defending perfectly. Team Gotaga, they lose Vlad in all of the mix, but Maxa is trying to go ahead and run towards the decoding station. But a great position from the likes of Fulray is going to be able to go ahead and deny this one. It was very, very close, but he did just that. And now only 10 seconds remaining for the side of Dark Entities. A bunch of players from some of the other teams are trying to go ahead and jump onto it. You see Enter running directly towards the station, but the shots are going to be landed for the side of Ushbishka, and there it is. Dark Entities in game number 7. They finally go ahead and decode a Mandelbrick, and it was a 4-minute long decode, but they have done it. They have jumped all the way up into second place.
Wow, what a play, though. I mean, it's insane to see that decode running and nobody managing to steal it. But that is exactly what I was talking about, the position being so big-brained, right? Because all the other teams were just absolutely focused in on each other. Everyone's trying to get their hands on those Mandelbrick. But one team can walk away with it potentially here. And of course, we know exactly who that is. So Dark Entities now joining the fray here. But this is the opportunity for AGARTHA now to try and get super, to just make sure that they hold on to the lead that they've got here. This is now where it all boils down to those match points, right? The match points are going to be the big decider as to who is going to be sitting atop the board come the end of day.
Yeah, all of these kills are going to matter in terms of some of the tiebreakers. You can see it just based off the one kill that Team Gotaga just got. They actually went up in the second place, but take a look at this. LFS Evan is going to be putting an end to Chuba right there for the time being, at least, as AGT try to go ahead and pick up as many kills as they possibly can. Because remember, they're in first place right now with 31 squad points. Sorry, so they can kind of pick up some of these kills. It'll pretty much secure it for them. But Team Gotaga still has the opportunity to kind of steal away second place and potentially even first place. The trades are kind of coming in. AGT have picked up Evan now. That's going to be Nask landing the shots over here. But take a look at this. It's going to be Team Gotaga versus the team of number 1. The shots are being traded, but it's going to be Cook finding the initial frag right there. That's going to be Vlad knocked, unfortunately, for the side of Team Gotaga. And with some of the damage done, I don't think it's going to be enough. And now it's going to be a 3v2 situation, unfortunately, for the side of Team Gotaga.
It's a tough position to work through either which way you look at it. AGARTHA, though, managing to bring themselves back to 31 points. They were slowly starting to slide down, but now making a good recovery. It is going to be AGARTHA now getting ready for that full aggressive send. That is what they need to do to ensure that nobody catches up to them. But unfortunately, the hits continue to just meet on up with them. 2 players already getting down right there. It is up to their final hopeful to see if he can carry this one forward. But absolute disruption now on the side here of Team Gotaga as they also get swept away two of the teams with Mandelbricks in their hands are going to be stopped from gaining any additional points. Now, up comes Dark Entity, the team that just decoded, looking to capitalize, and they are right on par here with AGT. This could be Dark Entity even potentially stealing the day.
I don't even think first place was in the potential realm of thing for the side of Dark Entities, but they have picked up so many kills that it's actually going to be possible. You could see the bottom left, they've gone ahead and picked up 3 kills total here. What's actually going to be important here, potentially to make the difference, is them extracting. Because remember, every 2 mil in total stash value, which is going to include the gear that they currently have on. If they don't extract with this gear, then it's not going to count towards that total stash value. So they can kind of stay alive and get all 3 of their members out safely through that normal extract on Space City. It would be great for them to kind of go ahead and get a great boon. But take a look at this. Evan is trying to stop them in their tracks, as unfortunately, as Dark Entities felt like they had such a great bit of an advantage, Evan is going to shut that one down. And now Dark Entities are going to be slowed down just a little bit, as they're going to be interested in trying to go ahead and reset here and picking up Uzbishka if they possibly can. But take a look at where Uzbishka's body is actually. It's on that staircase. It's so in the open. But a couple of trades actually find their way here between these two duos going head to head. It's going to be full rate picking up Evan. But Evan, right before he goes down, he's able to go ahead and pick up Flarik.
Some pretty strong plays coming through here. Still a lot to come through now. Essentially 3 operators left on the map. Evan being brought back is going to take us to 4. Ooh, but DE is going to beat them to the punch. So 2 duos versus a solo. Let's see whether or not Chuba is going to be able to secure that pole position finish, right? If anything, he needs to try and take down the side there of Dark Entities, or hope that they don't make a successful extraction, or something just happens to them, right? Like LFS maybe gets to jump in on them. That is the only way that we could see AGT kind of maintain that pole position that they currently have. They are just 1 point ahead, but they are down 2 players, so there's a lot riding on this for the side here of AGARTHA.
Yeah, and I think Flarik now fully knows about that point that I was kind of making earlier on, is that they want to go ahead and actually extract, because just the straight up value that they could potentially find from extracting as well could be the difference maker in terms of the points that they're able to find. That being said, he would have to make his way over to the centrifuge facility, and Chuba is kind of in the general area. That being said, he's having to deal with all of these scabs, so the noise is kind of being made right now for Chuba. So Dark Entities should kind of know that Chuba is kind of playing around this buoyancy area. Being said, underneath middle, I do see Flarik actually making this rotation over to the centrifuge facility. He's definitely going to want to try to go ahead and pull this switch, so that way, again, they can have the opportunity to extract and pick up as many squad points as they possibly can. Can Chuba kind of deny Dark Entities enough points from coming in to remain in first place?
It's going to be the main focus here for Chuba, right? Just keep that denial pretty dang strong. But now it's going to be Dark Entity starting to make that extraction potentially maybe be a thing here. Not quite sure if there is going to be enough time on the clock for them to pull that one off here. But LFS still in this round as well. So you can see them holding very steadily towards that far southern side. Uzbishka right there up in the middle.
Enemy incoming!
Evan, though, is going to move forward as Uzbishka gets timed out. Chuba is going to go for the loot. But things are really heating up top there. Ooh, look at this push, though. Flarik might be sending it right up towards him as he's heard a few things. And now he's going to go and inspect and see if he can maybe find that last angle. But this is where things could get quite sweaty, right? Especially now with that extraction and 2 teams kind of just hovering around it. We could maybe even still see the players there from the side of Dark Entities. They could be running straight into LFS.
Yeah, Chuba's kind of opted to go ahead and not even really play for the kills, at least just yet. He's trying to go ahead and loot all the safes that are still around the map. Remember, Space City is not about looting. Once we kind of jump into it, it's all about the Mandelbrick. So nobody ever loots all of these key cards or all of these safes that kind of spawn around the map. So if he picks up a big red, it could be the difference maker there to just give them enough points to kind of hold out onto first place. Anything could kind of happen here. I mean, LFS I don't really think they have an opportunity to overtake NBO. So I think LFS, unfortunately, are going to be in last place for the day. But this is going to help Dark Entities out immensely. Picking up one of the kills there onto Evan is going to net them just one more point. Take a look at the left side of your screen. We kind of take a look at this live leaderboard as it currently stands. Both Dark Entities and AGT are on 30 total points with a Mandelbrick of their own. So the tiebreaker is going to be squad points. But the only thing that this live leaderboard is not taking into account is the gear that they are currently wearing. Sure, if Dark Entities, both of their members, make it out, then it'll obviously count all of the gear they've been able to pick up, like some of the guns and stuff like that. Fail the extract, that's going to be removed from their total stash value. So the stash value, I think, is going to be the difference maker here. But that being said, I think if Dark Entities pick up one more kill, I think that might be enough for them to go ahead and secure it. We'll have to see, though. Same can be said for Chuba.
Yeah, I mean, kills at this point is going to be the reliable way to ensure that you have the necessary points or close to the necessary points to ensure that you end up where you are aiming to be. But up comes Fnatic now. Imperator just keeping a very close eye on him, and the moment Imperator gets that hit onto Fnatic, potentially that could be the end of the run here for Dark Entities, right? That could drop their value so much. But it's going to be full right to see whether or not he is going to be able to join up with his squad mate here, as Chuba is still going to be just sneaking his way around, looking for any potential avenue to gain an advantage. And again, it is such a tough spot to be in, and only a few seconds left on that extraction.
Yeah, 40 seconds specifically here. Flair is kind of jumping around. He's in the open. He's actually in a little bit of a pinch here, but take a look at this. Full rate finds the information necessary, but unfortunately, it's going to make Flair kind of overextend. He had no idea Imperator was here. And unfortunately for the side of Dark Entities, with Flair going down and not being able to possibly go ahead and extract with all that gear that he had, that's going to remove some of the points from them. But Imperator is putting on the show right here. Again, these guys are in last place right now. This is pretty much just a little bit of an ego boost here, but full rate, this kill means a lot, man. If he's able to secure it, it would be the difference maker. And as soon as he goes down, we see the live leaderboard update. I think that kill was the difference. If he would have picked it up, they would have been on top. They would have been able to take down AGT, but Chuba was able to go ahead and do enough. The whole entirety of AGARTHA were able to do enough. I think the 29 total squad points should be enough to kind of remain them in first place on the back foot of Dark Entities, kind of faltering there towards the end of game number 7. DK likes to go ahead and mention, we don't like to do math up here. We're not 100% sure, so we'll wait for those leaderboards to kind of come through. But it does look like AGT are taking home the day.
It could very well be. I mean, if that is the case, what a comeback from them. But in the meantime, we are going to be starting off with our best team for the round. It's going to be none other than Dark Entities with the 4 kills in almost 2,300 damage. Absolute insane play here. But as we know, they also picked up that decode. So a great play coming through from them. It does put quite a bit of relevance on their performance in this final round. But as we'll see soon enough, only one team can sit at the top, and we are not quite sure exactly who that is. But yeah, what an absolutely brutal finish to the day here. Round 7 really bringing out everything in the teams.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, LFS picked up 9 kills. That is absolutely crazy. Unfortunately for them, I don't even know if that individual effort here in game number 6 is going to be enough to make any progress on the leaderboard. I think they still might remain in last place and pick up a total of 0 points. But again, we'll wait for the math to actually come through. Let's go ahead and take a look at some of the individual performances here. No surprise if the team with 9 kills has 2 of their players up here in the top 3. It's going to be Evan. It's going to be Imperator with 4 kills each there. And then Fulbright also joins the mix in the top 3 with 2 of his own. Again, DE, we're trying to make something happen there with some of the kills. Could potentially be the difference maker towards the end of things. But oh my gosh, Dark Entities full rate did 1.3 thousand damage. Evan as well, also kind of approaching 1,000 damage of his own. And Matthias up there in 3rd place with 700 damage. Quick reminder, I mean, Dark Entities kind of secured that Mandelbrick. They picked it up, they ran it all the way over to the decoding station, and nobody stole it. They went ahead, they went through that full 4-minute timer which is no surprise to kind of see so much damage coming through because they had to defend it against so many teams. And on the back foot of that, let's go ahead and take a look at some of the assists here from some of our individuals, and then as well as the assets that were able to be extracted from that run. Again, nobody actually making it out of that map. Imperator did go ahead and pick up 1.6 million of his own, though.
Yeah, we did see at least one extraction happening, but as we saw, it doesn't really matter all too much as, well, what has done has been done. And now it is down to how these scores all stack up. But Imperator is going to be our MVP in round number 7. 4 operator kills, 1.6 mil in the bag, and of course 526 damage being secured here. But this is what it all boils down to, right? Anything that they could bag in that final game is going to be of the utmost importance. It's down to kills, it is down to Mandelbricks, it is down to so many different points, and we don't quite know who's sitting where.
Yeah, it'll be very, very cool to kind of see the leaderboard of the day in total in just a little bit. And that'll also kind of be cool for us to get a quick glimpse of how the weekend has kind of culminated after everybody has kind of played at least once. Now, that leaderboard will be a little bit weird, and we'll mention it a little bit later on because some of our groups have played twice, where some of our groups have only played once. So that'll be a keynote to kind of think about. But the individual performances here between Groups A and Group C, absolutely fantastic over the course of all 7 of the games. Those 0 dams, those tied prisons, yeah, they went a little bit slow, but outside of that, any single time there was a Mandelbrick on the map, it was utter chaos. It was so entertaining.
Yeah, a lot of excitement and a lot of hardship being thrown at our squads to see who can just muscle it out, right? Who can make it all the way to the end and be the team to kind of just climb up those big old stairs that they set up for themselves, also known as the leaderboard, right? But I think a big shout out needs to go over to the side there of Team AGARTHA, right? They played a phenomenal day, just bringing so much to the battlefield here. Started off all the way in 12th position, with not a single point to their name. Now, they've contributed so much with all the pacing they've been able to just muster. And as we saw, they sat on 29 points at least. So an absolutely glorious play for them. And that is confirmed for AGARTHA to be our top team on the leaderboard here, just beating Dark Entities by 1 single point.
Yep, that kill towards the end of things was the difference maker. Unfortunately, LFS kind of played spoiler for the side of Dark Entities. But again, Dark Entities got to be feeling pretty good about that one as well. They're going to be kicking themselves just a little bit. But remember, going into that last game, I think they were in like 5th place. So they went up the leaderboard a lot right there, jumping all the way up to 2nd place. So a great kind of end of the day performance for them to go ahead and secure themselves a couple of extra points. Team Gotaga, they played well throughout the day. They were always towards the top of the leaderboard. And a team that was also in like 1st or 2nd place for the entirety of the day, Team Genius, man, we got to feel a little bit bad for these guys. I mean, game 2, they had that initial brick. They had so many opportunities to kind of pick up a second one. They were on match point. For the rest of the day, they just couldn't necessarily secure the mana brick, and for lack of a better term here, they couldn't really get anything going in terms of the kills. As you can kind of see, the squad points were also a little bit lackluster as well, unfortunately. But they're going to end up 4th place. They're going to pick up a couple of points for those group standings.
Yeah, I think a big turning point definitely came when we hit that 3rd space city, right? When Genius got just insta-downed. That could have been quite a turning point, especially for them. It could have had a completely different leaderboard come the end of the day. But of course, as we know, it is done, it is dusted, it happened the way it did, and the teams will just have to come back even stronger. So our next day of play, which is going to be happening on Friday, is when we get to see exactly what groups B and D are going to be looking to bring in, and if they could potentially maybe change things up. But in the meantime, we are going to be hopping into a bit of an interview. We have a Chuma that is going to be joining us here. Chuma, how are you doing?
Hello, how are you? Good, and you?
pretty good. I mean, you guys have just been playing such a phenomenal day, right? Coming back from that 12th place to sit at the top of today's leaderboard. Absolutely exciting. Was that kind of your strategy here today?
I think we just play the game like we know how to play. Like, we take our timing, we take our fight. We are confident today, so we have to do something cool, like you say, last place on yesterday. So yeah, we have to play here and play aggressively.
Listen, man, I gotta ask. I think it was like game number 6 where we saw you kind of run for the mana brick, and of course you weren't in a Tempest stall and you went down. But your team was able to go ahead and reset, get the res, and then also get the mana brick. Like, what were the comms kind of like when it's so chaotic down there and it looks like your backs are up against the wall?
Oh, I think the comms are really chaotic. Like anything going great. There is so many info. My 2 teammates are just a little bit under me, and I'm talk. So I have big mouth. I'm maybe a bit loud in the game, but yeah, it's chaotic, and I shout out all the call I have in the head.
Well, I mean, I guess things were probably going pretty crazy in this last round that you played. I mean, everything came down to the amount of kills, the amount of people that were still out there, and whether or not your team was actually able to secure the necessary points. I mean, how did it feel, right? Or what is your kind of mindset moving into round number 7? Did you kind of come in with that focus to just make sure that you get enough points, or were you, again, just playing the game the way that you know?
We are far of the Mandelbricks. Is it backpack, and we are dormitory, so we are a bit far. So we play late. We pray for some teams resetting the Mandelbrick, and never happens. So it's like we can say we can't do nothing for it. But after this, Nast and Yaku take many kills. After this, I ran all the map, as you can see, and try to loot some big red to push them. Maybe to take some points and something like this. And yeah. But with some kills we have before, we know we are maybe on top of the lobby and the first.
Yeah, I mean, it worked out perfectly, guys, too. But listen, we can kind of talk about specific game moments all day, but over the course of the day, there are obvious, like, delineated roles amongst you 3. Why don't you go ahead and walk through kind of like the roles of every single one of your members on your team?
What did you say? I don't understand. Please.
I just want to know, like, how your team is kind of broken down. Like, what is your role on the team? What is Nast's role on the team? And then what is Yaku kind of responsible for?
Okay. Thanks. I'm the IGL in game, so I giving the call and all the information they needed to play around. I manage my team, and after this, I am, I don't know how to say, but Nast and Yaku have to play on crosser. Like, they have just to shoot and kill everybody. So they have to do this and follow me to the death, maybe, but they have to follow me. So this is our roles in the teams.
No, awesome stuff coming through on that. And of course, on that, I want to ask you one last thing. Do you have anything to say to any of your fans out there, any of your potential haters out there, and maybe even the opposing teams before we wrap it up here?
Thanks. I think I have to say for the opposite teams, take pleasure, take some fun on the lobby, all the tournaments. Don't worry about the French 4 teams. Just came here to win everything, and voilà. Big shout out in French maybe to my family watching the stream, and Jojo, stop playing Nox, stop play. Thanks.
Well, there we have it. Merci beaucoup. But yeah, it is going to be a pretty exciting one. As we can see, a quick wrap up there with Chuba just showing us a little bit more insight as to what their mentality was working through the tough hurdle that was today, right? Round number 7, going the distance for 29 points on the board. And of course, looking at the overall performance from the AGARTHA squad, right? Nast just absolutely bringing in quite a bit of presence here alongside Enter.
But we are going to be taking a look at the match MVP. It's not going to be actually going to a member of AGARTHA. It's going to be on the number 1 squad here. It's going to be Enter himself, picking up 14 total kills across the course of those 7 games. So averaging 2 kills a game. Their total damage is going to be upwards of 3,600 there. And let's go ahead and take a look at the player rankings after everything was kind of said and done today. No surprise that we see Nox up there in the lead for 21 total kills. Again, as a quick reminder, some of our players have played twice and some of our players have only played once. But as it currently stands, I mean, Nox is going to be in the lead. Nast actually quickly right behind him with 19. I bet you that was a lot of those kills were actually found today. But here we go. The overall leaderboard of the group stage standings. Team Gotaga are going to be in first place, and Team Genius are going to be actually holding on to one of those top 2 spots there. They're going to be having 13 points, and we see the giant rise of Team AGARTHA. As a reminder, they had 0 points. They were in 12th place, last place on this overall leaderboard coming into today, and after an incredible performance, and after, I got to go ahead and quote Chuba here, just follow Chuba, man, and he will lead you guys to victory and rise yourselves up the leaderboard. 3rd place now for Team AGARTHA, leading into the 2nd week. An incredible performance from those guys. Congratulations.
Yeah, very strong overall play coming through from them. But of course, right, you can see there are a few Group Bs and Ds on the board. That is going to be the players that we see still having to step up and play their next day of action. So a lot to look forward to. And we could be looking at quite a bit of a shift over on the 17th of July. As we know, Group B, Group D, they now have to prove themselves and try and claw their way back up those overall leaderboards. Try and maybe pull their own version of what Team AGARTHA did in just today's rounds here. So really looking forward to that. And of course, be sure to mark that on your calendar. We'll be back with the action next week, Friday, same time, same place, but even in more insanity erupting all across your screens.
Absolutely, yeah. And a quick reminder, remember, for the next 4 weeks, it's Friday, Saturday, and Sunday every single weekend on both our EMEA regions and our Americas regions. Both regions have played so well this week, and I'll be excited to kind of tune into the Americas region later on today. As a quick reminder, DeltaForce_game across all socials, and you yourself can also jump into the action. Play DeltaForce.com if you're kind of interested in jumping in and securing some Mandelbricks of your own. But for myself, listen, it's been an absolute pleasure watching everything throughout the course of today and throughout the course of this weekend. I'm going to be taking a quick break for the week, but for DK, man, you're going to be jumping over to Americas a little bit later on, so I'll give the floor to you because I'll be excited to hear from you and Goj later on today.
Yeah, you said it right there, of course. Americas is going to be coming up in a short few hours, so be sure to stay tuned for that. They'll be going on the desk there with the Goj indeed. But yeah, big shout out going out to all our teams for bringing in so much action here today. Absolutely love what you guys are doing. Of course, big shout out going out to production and of course to Team Delta Force. Thank you, Vivid. It was awesome having you on here today as well. Really enjoyed it quite a bit. But on that one, we are going to be wrapping up the show. And a big final thank you going out to our viewers as well. We couldn't do this without you. So we look to see you back in the next one. And of course, stay tuned for the Americas coming up soon.
Two members, now the odds are in their favor, 2v1. Everything getting spammed away, and MT getting a little... So hang on a second, NL! Look at that, it's an absolute sweat! This... And LG's got it, they're here, lines them up, even through the shot, you're nuts! For the last remaining 3 BOV, they find